Okay. I think.
You know, you always hear like.
Sure, we are one, so we actually have, my. Bigger. It's where we. Not we.
Address the kind of engagement. So.
Oh, where's John? John's. I think we'll have to just get started. It's maybe not fun to get started.
You know, Sarah, it's not, but it's.
So when I talked to him last, he told me that he would our daughter the play not so later because I wasn't sure. Yeah. So, when I talked to him, I like I know I got to. Very tasty. Like one of the best. So I wish I had a party that like required. I love them. The chair.
Allows you to see it.
Not at the fire station. All right.
We also have hot water. If anybody said they wanted tea. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's awesome. All right.
Oh, wait.
My brothers and it's like. Yeah.
We're gonna get started. Want to wait for Keith or is it feedback?
Yeah.
All right, everybody, we're gonna get rolling. I think the only person we're missing is Councilmember Edson, but I wasn't 100% sure what time he's coming. Oh my gosh. Anyways, welcome. Thank you all so much for being here. This is amazing to get everybody around a table on the same day, on the same time. I mean, it's a big feat outside of normal meetings. Our clerk, Sarah, is she in here? She went to get the agenda. Oh, darn. Well, I just want to say, because maybe you could all thank her personally too. Organizing the new furniture in here, these chairs are so comfortable. Like, I'm just really excited that she, helped facilitate all this. And the new paint and everything is looking really nice. So we're just making those improvements and just happy to see it. So with that, I just want to introduce Meg Winch. Keith is the other who's here, who stepped out for a minute, and he'll be back. And I think you've all, or at least Keith's met them all, right? So I am so happy to have you guys here. And really, on a selfish note, I'm happy to not be facilitating like I have the last couple of retreats. So I am happy to hand it over. And thank you for coming here today.
Thank you for having us. As I said, as Mayor Pro Tem said, I'm Meg Winch with Communication Resources Northwest, and my job here is to lead you through a facilitated process. I think that a council retreat is one of the most important things that a city council does. City council is the most accessible form of government to residents. You have direct impact on people's lives, your neighbors' lives, on the community, the character of the community, and Duvall is a special place. So having both served in city government as well as served city government for the last 35 years. I'm honored to be here to help you. We've done similar processes for the city of Olympia, for Snohomish County, for King County, for Pierce County, and the state of Washington. So we're going to use some tested processes as well as some new processes. So Keith Meyer, who you'll see in person in just a minute, wants to get into the hot water. So we're not really the caterers. That's part of our gig sometimes when we're working in the city. He spent a lot of time with you over the course of the last number of weeks, getting to know you, and I'll get to know you a little bit more and sharing information. But as you reviewed in the agenda, and the agenda is up here on the screen, we're going to spend some time talking about the role of a council and city government and how this can be a really high functioning council that serves the city of Duvall. So I want to just go around the room and connect names to faces, purely for my benefit. So I know Dana Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. But if we could just go around and say your name and your role and maybe something about you that would be useful for your colleagues to know, that would be a good thing. And then what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the roles and responsibilities of each of us in the meeting today. And we're going to talk a little bit about what we learned from you. We're not going to reveal what anybody said, but what we learned from you. And we'll establish some ground rules for today, because I think that's an incredibly important part of the meeting. We're going to move pretty quickly into talking about the importance of team and government. You know, fundamentally, part of your job is to disagree with each other, right? To bring in different perspectives. You represent different constituencies. But fundamentally, for a council, your job is to make the residents' lives better. Full stop, right? Your job is to make residents' lives better. And so part of what we're going to talk about is how can a council come together to agree when you need to and disagree when you need to in a respectful and high functioning way. So we're going to talk about the role of the council and government, and we're also going to talk about the relationship between council and staff. Because as I said, having served in government for a long time, any council, any city is only as good as its staff. Those are the people who are working tirelessly to get jobs done. And I would imagine, and certainly having read the interview summaries from all of you, that you desire to make Duvall a place where it's a great place to work, right? People want to come and they want to serve and they want to be in public service and to make sure you have that strong talent to fuel what you want to be and to the city. We're going to move on to, I'm going to violate my rule of touching someone else's computer here. Maybe. Oh, that touch screen. We're going to move on to talking about the needs and expectations what each of you need from each other relative to council and staff. And we'll have a break. And then we're going to talk about information, requests for information, how staff responds to requests from council, how council responds to staff, and gives staff the information that they need to get their jobs done in service to the council and the city. And we're going to spend a lot of time this afternoon talking about operating agreements relative to how the council communicates, how council makes decisions, and how council resolves conflicts, right? To remain a high functioning government, again, that exists to serve residents. And then finally, we'll establish some priorities moving forward. I do want to spend some time talking about it's really great in council retreat to make agreements with each other, but I also think it would be useful to talk about accountability, about how you're going to, in a kind way, hold each other accountable. That's, I think, going to be an important outcome here. Because agreements are only as good as they're held up by the members of the group. So comments, questions, suggestions? Okay, so why don't we just go around the room with feeling, because you're being recorded. You're giving your role and something that you would want other people to know.
Steve Lenichescu, Public Works, and I don't have a problem giving the dead things.
Dead thing?
Yeah.
It's full service public works.
It is.
Yeah. So that is really good to know. Thank you. I can keep that something. So. Okay.
Corey Levitt, councilman. I feel like I should say the same thing. It's hilarious. I don't know about I just now I'm crossing over. This is interesting. I'm just now this year. It'll be 5 years in Duvall. So yeah, like I moved here almost this month, like 5 years. Longer than it feels like in some sense.
And how long have you been on council?
3 months, 2 months. A week and a half. Since yesterday. Yeah, I'm probably the newest.
Yeah.
It's probably.
For now. Do you have any superpower that your fellow council members should know about?
Superpower? I can play, I can play a lot. I can play music. Yeah, they used to play a lot of music.
All right. Duvall days.
Ron Mercer, City Council. Yeah, I've been here in the valley about 21 years. I guess the thing sort of about myself is my last or 2 children, the youngest is looking at colleges this year, so we're transitioning from sort of the focus on family and kids and younger in the city to sort of living here as a resident, semester. Something about myself, if there's an outdoor activity, I probably have a big piece of equipment for it in my garage. Something about me.
Once again, I mean, think about how useful these introductions are. We've got picking up dead things. We can sing about it and we can move it. Possibilities, full service council.
I'm Mike Supple, I'm a Duvall Planning Commissioner. Also a candidate for city council, position number 5. I've lived in Duvall for 28 years. And, have 3 stepchildren and 5 grandchildren that were in the.
Oh, fun. So you like makeup, much of the rest of.
Yeah, I'm like.
It's a voting block.
I'm Jennifer Nicklin and I've lived here 22 years and I don't know, especially
No, just anything about you that would be useful for your council members too.
I heard some talk over here. There was a dead possum that we all passed on the way down. Yeah. We watched it, heard things about it. But
It's Halloween season.
right, anyway, so I love to garden and I'm super passionate about our environment and how, growing things can enhance our life, so that's something about me, maybe.
Excellent.
Amy McHenry, Mayor Pro Tem on the City Council this year. Lived in Duvall for 10 years, ish, a little more probably. What about me? I'm a bio nerd. I love biology. That was like my degree. And so you'll see that still come out sometimes. If I start to geek out on anything, that's why. I'm not just a weirdo.
I'm Laura Thomas. I have been here for over 20 years in the community development department. I love Duvall, but everybody already knows that. 2 things, and I don't know if everybody knows this about me, but I play the oboe regularly.
We did.
Yes, and I'm actually going to be guesting at the Everett Symphony this holiday season. Yeah, so I'm super excited about that, but I have one more thing. I meditate 30 minutes a day.
There you go.
Rick Schaefer, council member, let's see, no superpowers, but most of you know, I moved here about 5 years ago following my kids who live in Redmond. That's what brought me to the state of Washington. Best decision we ever made. Very glad to be here. As far as other stuff, I'm certainly a council member to serve the community, but I also have selfish reasons. I enjoy the relationships with all of them. And the staff, it really helps fulfill me. I'm retired. So, being around you guys makes up for a lot for being around people I used to work with. So glad to be here.
Excuse me. I'm Amy Oberlander, mayor. Lived in Duvall for 21 years. What most people, we've got some new folks in the room that may not know that while I have to do it, I really hate public speaking. And I just dig deep and do it. And I absolutely love people, but I'm an introvert. So there are times where I can be very extroverted and times where I just need to be by myself. And I work really hard to try and keep that balanced energy going.
Cynthia McNabb, this is my 6th day here with you all. And very similar to the mayor, I am pretty introverted and pretend to be extroverted, and that takes a little bit of time for me. And I also don't love public speaking, but do it and try to enjoy it. Fun fact about me, I always use the same one because I don't like talking about myself. I've been to every state but one. So if you have travel questions, I might be able to share.
What's the one?
Do you want to guess? Nebraska, Vermont. I have been to upstate New York and the Finger Lakes and New Hampshire, all the way to the coast of Maine, but somehow miss Vermont.
Let's see what we can do.
And I did share that with Sarah, the one state I have.
Dana Mason, Finance Director. I do not like thinking of dead things, but I will help an injured animal across the road. if I can, clinging to one. And I reluctantly played the cello in high school, because my dad bought it for me for Christmas after I played in middle school, and I had to play it. But I walked down, for our wedding, I walked down the aisle to Gabriel's oboe, which is, I don't know, from the Mission. Yeah, it's one of the best songs in the world. So, and my husband and I plan on moving to Ashland, Oregon, later this summer. So I love adventurous and exciting things and change. I love change, so I'm super excited about that. But sad to leave Duvall, and I will do my best to set the next finance director up for success.
Michael DeBach, I'm the chief of police. I investigate that things. I'm extroverted, but tend to be introverted. Something that you need to know about me or don't know about me. I used to be a DJ in high school, so I used to DJ for radio stations, local events, clubs. Back when they were starting with Run DMC, where they're scratching records, I've been doing all that. Spinning into the.
I knew you 3 months ago when I heard you.
Once again, Duvall Dix. Just say it. I think you may have a series of city-sponsored moves, right? This could be great. And with me, well, Sarah, go ahead. Your name, your role, and something interesting that would be appropriate for people to know.
Okay.
Appropriate.
I just have to say that because we started with speaking of dead things, and there's so far to go over that. Thank you for that.
My name's Sarah Millen. I'm the city clerk. I'm an introvert, but I'm just going along here. But if you poke the bubble, everything comes out. I'm over disclosure. I'll stop there.
Okay, and Keith Meyer, my facilitator, and Keith, stay standing, you've been helping with something inside.
Hey, everybody, I've spoken to most of you already, so hello again, nice to meet you all in person. Keith, obviously, I'm also an introvert, believe it or not, although I tend to pretend like an extrovert, but I'm super tired. Interesting fact about me, I'll give you a couple off of that. My pupils are 2 different sizes, I've got a black belt in Taekwondo and there we go.
What's the last one?
Blow glass.
Well, once again, Duvall Days. Value now. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about, Keith, if you would man that flip chart. Let's skip ahead and I'll just say meeting roles and responsibilities. Our role is to facilitate, your role is to talk. Okay, whether extrovert or introvert, this is an opportunity to ask for what you want and what you need. And there is one very simple rule of government, and that is if you don't ask for what you want, you don't get it. Now, you may not always get it, but the only chance of getting what you want, what you need, is to ask for it. So are you comfortable with that initial overview? Our job is to facilitate, your job is to talk. So if that's true, let's establish some ground rules for today. What would you like to hold yourself accountable just for today? So today, how are we going to be in this space together?
I would say open.
Okay,
Active listener,
and what does that look like?
listen and not judge while you're listening.
Okay. Yeah, something someone once told me that the moment you start thinking about your reply, you stop listening. Okay. Okay.
Non-reactive, so like let people say what they're feeling and just don't even try to respond to it or react.
Sort of going to be respectful.
Yeah.
Do you have any specifics on what that might look like?
Not talking over someone.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah.
Provide feedback and be open to constructive criticism.
Equals intent.
Extend grace.
One of my favorites, extend grace.
Okay.
So in a purely secular way, right, to just give people the benefit of the doubt. Well, this is what we call safe space. Okay, this is what we're trying to create here, is safe space to enable government to work, right? If you create a space where this isn't true, especially in a public context, candidly, government runs to a halt, right? The function of government requires safe space for people to speak their truth, to speak honestly, to represent their constituencies, to be wrong. Because the only way a government gets creative, right, is if we're comfortable being wrong and exploring ideas. So you comfortable with this?
Yeah.
Good. So Keith, let's go ahead and share just a little bit about what we heard in the pre-interviews.
Sure, so like I
We're
said.
not revealing names, just fine.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I had a chance to speak to most of you before today. And I'm just gonna give you guys like super high level bullets of like the big kind of takeaways from all my conversations with you over the last couple of weeks. It seems like there's a big focus on wanting to get to know everybody in this room. A lot of people in council are new. And there's a lot of people on staff who are new. So there was a focus on wanting to build some teamwork and get to know each other outside of just the professional setting, right? We've got work we want to do today too, but also wanted to spend some time focusing on the interpersonal stuff, just to help facilitate harder conversations later once we get to know each other. There was also a recognition of the fact that, or I guess the perception that communication between different people and meetings like this can sometimes be difficult. And there was a desire to set some ground rules, set some expectations, set some borders and rules around the ways that you guys agree to speak with each other and to work together in meetings and in emails as well. In addition to that, again, we've got some new people on staff, and there was, keeping in line with setting some ground rules, there was a desire to go through and set up the process for how to make requests for the city, what that's going to look like, turnaround times, how you can expect to be communicated with, all that kind of stuff, since we have a new person who's going to help facilitate that process. So we're going to focus on that today as well. Did I miss anything?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
Questions, comments? Okay, should we dive in?
Yeah.
All right. So in the interest of facilitating you talking first, I'd like to break you actually into 3 groups. And what I want to do is make sure they're balanced. So we have some sides of the room that are all council, and some we have staff mixed in. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to let's just number off 1, 2, 3. That should work. Yes. Okay, go ahead, 1.
1,
2, 3, 1,
2,
3, 1, 2.
3, 1, 2.
Look, math, it works.
One,
You're gonna facilitate with us. Okay, yeah, so we're each gonna take a group. Okay, so group number 1, and go by Mike or Michael.
either or is responsible.
Okay. So the question for you is, if I were to do a survey of Duvall residents, what do you want them to say about the city of Duvall and city government in particular? Okay, so that's the question that group 1 is going to deal with. I'm going to ask you to take your group and work on this wall, and Keith's going to give you some Post-it notes. One idea for Post-it notes: write on a Sharpie, but don't write on Sharpie on the wall. Okay, I understand that it's recently painted, so I don't know. Okay, the second question is group 2, and Dana, you're gonna lead that, and you're gonna take group 2 over to that big wall over there. Okay, same thing, large sticky notes. Sharpie, and we have a set of Sharpies that we'll give you, and everybody participates, so I'm just asking for an internal leader here. How do I want or how does this group want residents and stakeholders to perceive city government? Okay, so yours is perceive the city of Duvall, yours is the perception of city government, okay? And then the third group is how do we want council and staff to perceive city government? And group 3 is going to take that question. You're going to work on this big wall over here. So you got the 3 questions. Group 1, and it's on your agenda. How do we want residents, visitors, and stakeholders to perceive the city of Duvall? What do we want them to say about the city, living here? 2 is how do we want residents and stakeholders to perceive city government? In other words, you guys. And 3 is how do we want all of you to perceive city government? So your perceptions of yourself. Got it? Okay, so let's get up and go to the 3 groups now. If we have an uneven mix, you can vote someone off the island. You may not have, thank you. You may not have more than 4 people on your group.
Oh, I'm sorry, is that here? Yeah, we can sharpen. Oh, I think it'd be.
Gonna get big.
I know. Okay, so we're gonna use right, you're all right, or you try. Bad with the humors. Now I'm like intentionally friendly. Yeah, okay, who's writing my for me? Okay, so friendly. Okay, post them on the wall. Like you're now I'm going to because like that keeps me alive. We're talking about something not strong.
I don't know.
Okay, I'm out of now. Do we put them on the wall? Yeah.
Oh, I think there we are.
For me.
We're getting to the table.
I thought I didn't have my shirt yet. I'm comfortable. If I'm any excited for it.
Maybe it's hard to do like.
Because we are surrounded by really so I think sustainable is a good one. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, the thing is you come and you feel like you can at some point work in the actual right? So inclusive.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I say. You can do
Here. I'm not ready to fall. I didn't go this way. I tried to hear on it. And they were like, they're pretty much. Speaking of future experts, and so I told you about selling that for 30 minutes. I trust you guys on a certain level, but like that's a personal, like I would not call that right for anybody. Can I just say not the, no, I'll just say you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want people to take that the wrong way.
Yeah.
They're I was just like, man, it's all this time. This is.
That group's feeling loves to be about anything. And not, we're all kind of like, I know, it's like, they were gonna look at that. What if we want people to think about the city? This is a pretty strong.
Great.
Yeah.
Versus, you know, table or whatever, I mean, something that I'm sort of.
I mean, the thing is, with some of these words, you could apply them to, yeah, really strong, good. No, I don't know. Anyway, like,
Oh, yeah, it's really early.
First word that came to my head, so I was throwing it into the narrow, and then like, keep keeping on. I'm like,
Yeah. My option growing up.
Like, it's hard to, like, for a lot of people walk to work, but I go out to amenities. But for us, I feel like it's walkability, like, great, like, oh, so we, outdoor recreation. And we like that, or do we have something that they kind of help us? Because like, I think it's great. Okay, yeah. I think we have a good. We're not the very cheapest here. Yeah, that's huge.
We do.
The word engineer flew out over here and they're like, yeah, they're all lined up.
All right, folks.
I found a retired Girl Scout leader. I am the underwear, was he without compare. Okay. I do. So what that means is when I raise my hand, it means, listen to me, right? You can take the girl out of Girl Scouts, but you can't take the Scouts out of girl. So here's what I would like you to do. I would like you to elect, nominate, or draft a spokesperson for your group. And we're just gonna move around and I want you to present what your team's feedback was, okay? And we're gonna start over here, we're gonna move up so we can see what team one has come up with. Okay, come on, guys, come on up so you can see this. These sticky things are because it offends me that the post-it notes people sell two types of post-it notes. One is the one called a sticky note or post-it note, and the other is the extra sticky note. And it seems to me I should not have to pay extra for something that's supposed to perform. So as a result, we are using architectural drafting jobs to make sure these things actually get well.
Good bill.
But they won't be able to well. You know.
Well, I heard that about that blue tape they use for painting, that does.
Yeah, okay, so with feeling, okay, with feeling, let's go ahead and.
So our questioning was, how do you want residents, visitors, and stakeholders to perceive the city of Duvall? We would like them to perceive it as supportive community, eco-friendly, sustainable, inclusive. Inclusive not to where it's like a ritzy neighborhood, but inclusive means more welcoming for people and you kind of diversity. Is that my living some wrong?
Yeah, exclusive.
Okay. Look at that, well maintained, friendly, welcoming, safe, strong, diverse, vibrant.
Is there anything that anybody here would add? Remember, these are desired perceptions. Anything you would delete?
To add something to do, like. What do you do? Oh, maybe go do home, something to do.
Okay, so a destination? Yeah, okay.
Not for anything weird.
Destination or nothing weird, totally normal. We'll pick up dead ends, just say.
It's for fun.
We're allowed to have some. Yeah, I'm impressed. Okay, excellent. Okay, cool.
So
Let's move to group two. This is the yellow.
friendly.
Okay, we're ready.
Oh, man. For the record, you don't have as many, things out there, but more words on it. Well, something was very good ready. So this was about the perception of residents and stakeholders up to government. So that's what we went with. The first one was willingness to advocate for residents, just having them understand there's a willingness for us to help them out, fight for the things they're concerned about, at least hear them. Which goes to this one, which is, we're here to help. That's what we're trying to do. And then our role here is to determine that we're here, and these are kind of similar, but just the perception overall is like, if they come with concern or with a question that, are approachable and accessible, then we can actually, get the feedback needed and we'll follow up. So that we're open, we're invested in finding solutions. We talked a little bit about, the experience you can have where you will ask about something and you say, well, this is the way we do it, and kind of walk away from it. Like taking it one step further, this is the way we do it. But let me look at some other ways on how we could do it or other options. Just kind of going into the mile. Instead of transparent, that's been great. We had a good example about the new billing system that was cool. I don't know if it's exactly, but it was a good one. I did that it was about late fees and being willing, to say, hey, we get it, we understand the new system, and people were really well receptive to receive that. Yeah, come on, And then, on the same team, just that we're all here, we're all part of the community and not ultimately like we're all proud of this goal. All right, next.
Okay, so good list. Okay, now remember, this is residents, visitors, stakeholders, desired perspective, what we want them to think or say about city government. Okay, so if I were to do a performance survey on council, on staff, this is what you want them to say, right? Is there anything you'd add? Go ahead.
I would add, that, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it. I would add that you. That residents trust that all of the work is getting done. So in the basis behind that, because there's a lot of work that is serving residents, but it's not something. And then they need to have trust that that work is being done.
So if I might suggest and add in addition to that, then it sounds like I'm visible. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. It's, it's, having proper staffing levels, making sure your routine work is getting done. It's, that those things are getting done, not because they're not being put to the back burner at the expense of like to have and making people happy with their stuff.
Okay. Go ahead.
Fiscally responsible.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, it's kind of a variant of that. This one is trustworthy. And then the other one was trusted, maybe versus trustworthy, and then there was results oriented, which I found a little bit about invested in finding solutions, but more to your point around, that the bias to action, delivering.
Okay, so we got trusted, okay, and what's the other one? Results.
Results oriented.
Okay.
I'd like to add diversity just because, when we have a vacancy on council and people ask, well, what are you looking for? Sometimes there's an assumption we're looking for people who think exactly like us, and the opposite is true. I'm always looking for what do we don't have, who are we not here for? So I want people in the community to feel that they are represented in terms of at least one person. It may not be a majority, but someone on council brought up the question I have, or okay, we don't all.
So diverse representation?
Yeah.
Okay, diverse representation.
Whether I live here or the community, I like them to be known for being nimble and flexible and have to one thing that we're not holding down.
Okay.
Agility.
Okay, nimble, flexible, as well.
All named.
Okay.
There's one other item that the post council and staff happen to be one of the difficult parts of the job, but it's frankness. We have to be straight with our with the people we represent, which means by definition, we don't always sound like they want to be right. We have to bring, what the community perceives values as well as the good news to them, and we have to be very clear on that. It was that being trusted. Yeah, not clear, you're not honest, you're not trusted.
Good, good point. All right, you guys good with this? Well done. Okay, let's go to group number 3. Tell us what we want.
Very.
Okay, so we are what, right, we want to think of ourselves. So responsive, good stewards of resources, mixing themes, aware of stakeholders, not just doing things for the sake of doing things. Competent, truthful, and efficient. Where's the good one? I think an interesting one, like Laura maybe touching on equitable. All the way around.
Yeah, it's just like, kind of that culture is internally being comfortable, but also being externally comfortable as well.
Phones, emails,
Yeah.
Teams call, whatever comes in the door. all treated at level. Rewarding work environment, I think. Kind of another perception of the three groups, but, you know, we want to not only keep people, but if people become new, we have vacancies, whether it's elected or you know, administrative. Let's stay. We want to stay.
Planning Commission, council.
So employer choice, same kind of vein, available, whether it's a staff or constituent to staff or, you know, elected to staff, vice versa. Skillful and experts at what we do, and then positive work culture.
What do you guys think?
Good.
Any ads? Mike?
Prepared.
Prepared.
Like, well, I got rubber gloves in the bag and lunch, right?
City branding for public works.
Yes.
Little critter like upside down. Yeah. Public works, not. Collaborative on. Oh, collaborative. Okay. All right. Okay, so here's what I'd like you to do. Everybody go back to your groups. And I want you to elect, nominate, or draft someone to vote off the island. Okay, and once you have designated those two people, I want those two people to stand apart from the group. Okay, so I want two of you who are staying next to post-its and the other two sitting or standing apart from the group. Go. What? Community volunteer. You have to. To move, oh, I want you to move one group to your right.
You guys are in the wrong.
This is where it gets harder.
Yeah, we don't have,
Okay,
we don't have.
This
a
is
way
where it
for you.
gets harder.
We were giving you guys ways, but yeah.
what I'd like you to do is take the stickies and divide them into two categories. On the left are things that today are absolutely, without a doubt, 100% true. And on the, listen, hold on, don't, okay, and on the right, it doesn't mean that they're untrue, but they're not 100% true, okay? So, yeah, they're things you can work with, all right? So on the left, 100% true, without any reservation, and on the right, things that we might be able to work on. Doesn't mean they're untrue, just they're not true all the time. Okay, Go.
Very quickly, it's like my reaction, right, okay, fast, I go on, family oriented, there's like a little corner, oh, yeah, I want to quickly. Yeah. Not friendly, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Where we were on phone maintain, I mean,
The reason behind this, I sometimes you don't have to, you know, like, so it's not a bad thing. Oh, everything, oh, yeah. Yeah. So we should have had it. But it's surrounding
Something which has been worse for now.
So what about this? Like, circle in some ways, like. We put it down. Are we aware of all our safety? Or did we work on it? Well, now did that literally.
Yeah, that's what I was lost. But that's necessary.
I would. Even on. Yeah, well, it's going to be
It's whether it's welcoming or people feel welcome, like there's still like pockets, and there's, I mean, you get
From a council
that.
perspective, I would say it can be hard to explain.
That's the Northwest in general, but, you know, small town.
I feel like this is mostly, you can, that's where I struggle. It's always been that.
It's in the middle.
That's my. But efficient, I feel like, are we fairly, I think we're literally.
And that's how we do outreach.
It's collaborative.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think sometimes people disagree on things, but that's not.
Maybe some of the stages, but I'm pretty sure we can know it's gonna be here. I don't know if
Yeah.
I think it's just.
So I do believe on.
Get your attention again.
All right, circle up, everybody.
All right, here's your instruction. I want you to take one of the people who have already been voted off and moved. Okay, one of the people who already moved and a person who stayed. And you're going to move them again counterclockwise. Counterclockwise. No, she's clockwise. Move them clockwise, start, wait, okay?
Yeah. I was like, as long as we're doing oh, now it's.
Okay. That's what I'd like you to do. Is I'd like you to discuss your findings. And then, all right, I want you to identify if you could make up to 5 recommendations to resolve the gaps. You only get 5. What would those 5 recommendations be? Mike, here's your stickies, 5 recommendations. They are, I think you have the right. Okay, this is up to 5 recommendations to fill these gaps. Okay. To close the seats in our gaps.
And now he's like.
And so, more community events.
That's nearly true.
I don't have to do that, you know, but one, you know, one of the things that I find, yeah, a lot of the and those that do, they don't know who's on.
Right, I'm gonna.
It's, I don't know, I think it's really clear. You know, you're busy. So it's the most you live in, I think the council was kind of step away.
Probably, I have experience with so it is to land. This is how you have to do specific things. But, you know, also that. I just think like. This is how. I'm thinking that from a really because again, like maybe in like depending on more like maybe or something like that, maybe thinking from the original houses and the skill. So in general, maybe it's just that. Okay. Is. Yeah. But you need to be really communicate. So it's easy when you're really. Oh, yeah, but it's the reason we're not doing anything. It's hard. And I feel like it's so big. It's just really. For writing. These are kind of like how to bridge the gap. They are. Oh, whenever we provide. Feedback. And it's just an idea. It's not in our hallway.
That's great, that's great.
Like more like. Yeah.
If you know what I mean, like, I don't know.
Let me get everyone's attention real fast. What are you doing? You're proposing on the small sticky, and you're agreeing on the large sticky. Okay, and so once you've got a chance to articulate it, you talked about it, then you're going to write it out using the water-based marker, because I don't want to be accused of writing on your wall. You're going to finalize it. Okay, so negotiate it on the small one, finalize it on the large one.
Yeah, I've seen great.
Yeah, it's, you know, that's like super happy. Maybe, but it's I don't think I know.
Big problems in your computer, it's like, you need to be allowed each year. Not like a professional one, like.
Already out.
Yeah, not really, if you're that, okay, so you're going before, it's not like a personal. So should I?
Yeah,
start? What do you guys want me to write? Yeah. Respond on the same time.
You don't even write it, I don't know, but it's like, you know.
Do you know what I mean? Or-
I read some of the.
Yeah, I would be positive.
Yeah. Thanks for. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Ooh, that'd be listen, so. Like, we started out with the community events. We set up- I think you all-
We're like the tiny arts culture. Okay. So that kind of address, like, and then we don't at first, like, we better be. And. Big crowds. Yeah, our culture, but maybe, yeah, we heard about some of the wild, but for me, I was like, oh, well, yeah. Same thing like that, you all have different things. And we report back to you. And it was how you. And then all this happened. So do I write, want me to write out a PhD, but in the action steps, and then we vision space for this, what do you want me to, and then you'll be separate.
Like a consistent, reliable communication.
I think so. It's all fine. I think maybe we can bottom.
When you say communication and.
Yeah.
So it's not.
Oh, and, yeah.
And infrastructure of homes, right, it's not going to be leadership and.
We were trying to figure out whether to pay or the ground, or there is. Well, yeah.
I think that is like a holistic society. So how do you see that? Sorry. Yeah. So you understand what would make. And there are other things that are going to be. Look into your app or do a new. I'll get along better and also. Unless your animal will be. It's always fun and much. Yeah.
But I think we're back to. Oh, I know, I'm able to get it, so that comes through. So these is maybe work that work and like allow for the influence of them and you know, basically anything like that. Then I think. So it's like. You're attacking silver. A recent.
Yeah, same thing, and kind of the way you get in that.
I know, I'm kind of like, we work. Maybe effort. I mean, you're kind of stuck a little bit.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
We did burn, yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Stay with the energy. We didn't talk about it, like, right, just- I think everyone in the same.
Whatever it is, created those, department goals. Which is an obvious state.
So, sometimes I really establish our base, something that we establish different than you promised, you'll be under, or maybe a little bit why we could shut it down, explain why, because we because I would have an employee, you want to revealing what they are situation, and the right. Not just. You know what I mean? Like. like it's a function line. It's going to be like. Yeah. And so anytime you have to be done, it's just a whole lot. And that's why I'm watching. So after doing we're not to. So I'm feeling your hands, what are we making people feel like they're having? Not fair. So we can add it to our commercial. It's one of the things way. Okay. So. You know, I mean.
We gotta do that all the time.
That thing. Yeah, no, I know, we talked about it, you know, I'm yeah. So when I talk to them, they're like, oh, the connection to sidewalk and massive between my neighborhood and out there. And people are like, it's been so long and they were yeah.
The other one is.
There.
Well, yeah, I just like.
I don't think it's. Well.
Well, I'm gonna write them.
Yeah. I'm getting more over in college.
I think that's a good thing that they were. Their husband. Yeah. So Seattle.
So I need to start the. Everything's going good this game. Greatest recommendation for everything. The other thing is. Suggestion.
And don't talk about.
Because it becomes more and more. That's my plan. I bought two e-bikes. And you know what? My plan is to.
I actually wanted to write it, and I was like, I mean, I say that sometimes I mean, for me, that's I think it's not every time. I'd say that
General
one
bike
thing
and
doesn't actually
motorcycle.
plan, so she can read it, like it's a valid.
Yeah, I bought my wife and
Well, that's a commitment, right?
But anyway, I think it'd be cool to have that. You know, charge like, I don't know how that goes, I don't know, each have proprietary different ones.
Okay, start wrapping up the conversation. Alrighty, so when you're ready,
That's kind of, you know, that's kind of thing you want to know.
when you're ready, start moving up here to group number one. We're gonna move to group number one.
Where are we going?
We're gonna move up here to group number one. I probably should have told everybody to wear comfortable shoes, because facilitation, we're not doing a lot of sitting, we're doing a lot of. Okay.
Right, let's all circle up. Morale budget.
There you go.
So, you know, this is a really valuable part of council and staff working together, right? Because communities have expectations. They have expectations of all of us who serve in government to get things done, right? And so what this exercise is about is providing ideas collaboratively between staff and council to say, what could we do Now, these are not commitments, and I want to make sure I say that nice and loudly, so it's picked up in the recording. These are not commitments of what you will actually do. These are ideas for consideration within the city of Duvall, your recommendations to each other to make this a better place and a better government. Okay, so these are all under consideration, right? All right, so who's going to present for us with feeling? These are your big ideas for Duvall. Yeah, right.
Okay. Anyway, I love this list, for many reasons, but one of the things you guys know that, I'm big on and others as well is long-term economic development, investment in long-term economic development. Some of these would be individual events, but even individual events would be an investment for the long term because they're going to bring more people to Duvall. They're going to bring more money to our businesses and just make Duvall an overall better place. So become a destination by encouraging specialized local businesses and connect to ecotourism. You guys know better than anyone. We already have so many excellent craft businesses, restaurants, breweries, distilleries, artists here in town. You know, on a per capita basis, I don't know of any place that has that level that Duvall does. We're just very, very fortunate. We want to keep. We've obviously done a pretty good job of encouraging that. We want to keep encouraging that because it's just good for everybody, good for the residents, good for people coming in to visit Duvall. More fun by increasing arts, culture, and community events. Absolutely. Yeah, we get the events we have are extremely well attended by both in-town and out-of-town people. More of that's just going to contribute to economic development, contribute to the popularity of Duvall as a destination. Eco-friendly by investing in infrastructure policy and community engagement. Absolutely. There's things that we as the council can do better or differently to make progress along those lines. And in my opinion, we have the right people in the council, long-term people or long-term thinking people. Connectivity to our residents, be inclusive community, honor history and tribal roots. I like this one for a couple of reasons. First of all, our demographics have changed just in the last few years. So most people are aware of that. And we're getting different cultures in town that we really haven't had much of before. We want to make sure that we're inclusive of those cultures. There's a mosque plan for Duvall. There's I have some brand new neighbors from India. This is the first house I've ever owned, so it's fun to interact with them, help them put up Christmas lights and things like that they've never ever done before. Tribal roots, that's really important. Something that we can do a better job of is connecting with our local tribes, especially the Snoqualmie tribe. They have a lot to offer us as far as they're very eco-friendly. They care a lot about the environment. It's very ingrained in their culture. Salmon are a basic pillar of the culture. Is we as more recent residents can really work along. So,
What do you guys think? Kind of makes it fun to be in government when you see things like that, right? Cool, well done. All right, let's migrate over to group 2 and let's talk about perceptions by residents of government.
Rick, I thought you were gonna open up with, I like fishing.
I'm getting there.
You turn.
Okay, tell us what you're thinking here. What are your big ideas?
Can we talk?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so being visible and out in the community, through council chats, town halls, open house meetings. Because I think it's important for mayor, council, and staff to all have their own things that help them be accessible to the community. We thought that would address the on the same team note that needs work. Because when we do that, we have opportunities with our community to show empathy and be straightforward with them and allow them to talk and listen. And it makes them feel like it's not us versus them type of scenario where we can really sit and say, yeah, I feel that way too. Here's what we've been working on. Do you have other ideas? And also, I think it addresses strength as well, which, you know, we talk about empathy and being straightforward as some of those key. Consistent communication and action plan honestly addressed what 4 of the things up there, I think. Being transparent and trusted, results oriented, willingness to advocate for residents, being open and invested in finding solutions. Honestly, I'll fall under that probably. We should be reliable and consistent with how we communicate with each other and with the community. And we should have an action plan that honestly will show the community that we are willing to advocate for them. It's not just, yeah, that's always been a problem. It's like, what are we doing about it? And then communicate that with them. So again, and it was structured and implemented. So just kind of really driving home the fact that we need to come up with the plans and then do them and do them every single time. But honestly, it'll take time. Once we do that, it'll take time. It's not gonna be an overnight thing where everyone just knows this is how it works now. So yeah, and then I'll just underline again, we talked about having a commitment to empathy and straightforwardness when we interact with the public and each other.
What do you guys think? Nicely done, well done. Okay, and let's go over to staff and council's perception of city government.
Starting with that, we can follow a little bit sticky, but really, you know, right, there's a lot of overlap or alignment between different teams, time from now, but really, you know, from a sort of core deliverable, one was really around collaborative and how staff and works together and how to work together. And I think, you know, establishing standard practice for collaboration and accountability, that's both sort of the framework. I think the other part of that was around the team building and sort of leveraging some of the learnings from here, taking those at the staff level so that staff is learning some of the same techniques and how to communicate with each other, how to be more collaborative, which carries over the relationship with another was really around, I think there was a recognition that there's been a lot of turnover, both in the council level and within departments. And really around creating a framework that encourages continuity in leadership and finding a role in terms of planning and city council. And part of that, you know, just a specific calling out was really the active and interviews in terms of like understanding why people come to meetings, but also building a plan to sort of respond to that. There was, and then really the last two on here were on staff, but they helped the broader collaboration and inclusive conversation equitable with creating an internal recognition program that could be in or a suggestion box for collecting and reviewing ideas at the staff level. And I think things you call that, and that can include a line item in the budget around morale, small discretionary fund, which the department heads would be able to allocate. But again, it's fairly low cost. A lot of it is around recognition and how that's shared amongst the broader team rather than the financial aspect, feeling heard and understood. And then really the last one was some type of process for regular feedback. Anyway, there's a lot of informal, but a collection mechanism for bringing what's going right, what's going on. It can be anonymous, so it's a safe space, and then provide some additional tools for the department heads to work with.
What do you guys think? Perfect. Hey, well done. Good job. Okay, so Keith and I are documenting all of this, and we're going to give this back to you. And I think one of the things we're gonna want to do by the end of this retreat is talk about some priorities. What are some things that you want to bite off as council and staff in terms of making this a great place to live, a great place to own business, a great place to work, and a great place to serve in the government. Okay, all right, good job. So here's what I'd like you to do. Before you sit down, I'm going to divide you differently. I would like everyone who is on council, I'd like you to grab a chair and I want you to circle up in the back of the room here.
Circle.
And just circle the wagons, okay? And I'd like everyone who is on staff to come up here and circle the chairs, okay? And I have an assignment for you. And Keith and I are going to give you
Keith and I are going to give you a flip chart and a box of pens. Okay?
Okay, so next slide, I'm saying to you.
This game,
Drop the line.
fire, next slide.
You can see my fear, the one calling you.
Okay, so here's what we'd like you to do, okay? Okay, listen carefully. Here's what we'd like you to do. I have 3 questions for you. Okay, everyone? I have 3 questions for you, and they're on your agenda, so one of you might need the agenda. Question number 1. From your perspective only. So from council's perspective only and from staff's perspective only.
This is dangerous.
I know. How do you define success? As a council, as a staff, okay? Success relative to working within the city of Duvall, okay? How do you define success? Got it? Okay, I want a series of bullets. Question number 2. In order to achieve, your definition of success, I want you to make some very clear requests of the other group in the room. So council is going to make a set of requests from staff, and staff is going to make a series of requests for council. Make sense? Now, we're approaching the lunch hour, which means there's no such thing as a free lunch. So question number 3 is, what are you as a group willing to do or give to make the other group successful? Okay, so what is council willing to do for staff? What is staff willing to do for council to generate success? Okay, so question number 1 is, what is your definition of success? Number 2, what do you need from the other group in order to be successful? And number 3 is, what are you willing to do or give as a group to generate success? Okay, go. If there were 2 of
I'm not very.
No, perfect. I would say, if I'm just in there, I see. And yeah, everyone feels part of the team. Try that, and they take time to do. It's never.
They're done.
You're having one. I mean, I'm all.
But then how is that how we define the success for townships?
It can't.
Well, actually,
Work that's your job. Council, what is wrong with seeing that?
I think staff are going to say, what is
You to deliver the right tools. Yeah, you don't have that skills. We're getting.
Oh, no, those are the right questions.
So, yeah. What do you right? No, stability is.
That's right.
That having the.
About how we define.
Trying to do it, ability.
You know, to our role or deliver everything in all city, or it's not clear how it's. Yeah. Specifically like, you know, whether it's our job or, yeah, are you better than you?
Yeah, exactly. What you are.
You can find them.
Yeah. I will add these to be our, and we are, our legal risks.
That's exactly. Lawyers.
She has time to do treasurer's requests, like all the work that
So.
I think we do. I mean, all of that stuff, like your stuff is. All of the contracts stuff. Already. This is what that.
Oh, so calm down. Keep me on the.
I was like.
And not without we do that. It's not always necessary.
Yeah, not, yeah. Pretty long.
You don't give best leadership, that's more staff.
Room for. Yeah. Room for. Unexpected needs.
Exactly.
What a great.
Did we show up red today?
Oh, the.
Yeah.
Steve.
Oh, I was like. This value, and then I have another one with a different thing, that like, the target.
We look good, right? Look at the website and we look bad and then make it look bad.
Again.
Yeah, I'm
Time, right?
Right.
Something you can't like, I'll just give it a few, other than thinking that needs to bite tonight. You have like, right. Really big things, being like.
Everybody here is in.
Whether that's. Our hours based on tool. Doing the work. It's always like.
I'll tell you what I'm trying to say, basically. Yes, fire.
So we don't have this.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's a lot. When you were crossing, you're not really highly on. Yeah. Learning, yeah.
Not like.
And then it comes back to time too, that like,
It's not.
have created an extra time.
It's like intentional, like being in
They
the.
can do something like to.
And then really live,
Like.
I did that here.
Responsibility.
Well, elsewhere we had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you collaborate people, this person's got to go. Meet everybody and really feel. And it's hard.
Putting on a stable.
Something we all.
And helps all those things.
Well, it's like, we like to do.
Yeah, it's like, everything's always.
Really
But if you just have to school, like their work. Why? I would say something to really, I think, work slower. If something does pop up, it's not even the world, like, I don't know, some makes sense, like, maybe.
So not.
But I would say you're barely gonna get, unless you're going to Vermont. Like, you're not gonna get familiar with you completely. you know, call the next time. So it's calling the other person who knows every city. In the Houston. They're not gonna burn bridges.
No, I'm not, I don't want to. Like, been out of it, I want them to, I'm trying to believe for reasons that are.
But you're not gonna go into the otherwise, who may have a little leading, and I'm sure it'll be because they want to make the call to Duvall, like they didn't like Dina, but they need her recommendation. It's just really, it's the person in the left, no one's gonna like say that you want.
Well, I think that's
Hard.
the culture that is interiorable, but it is best because if we have to communicate. I have no idea. But you know what I mean? Like, to me, you spend a lot of. Yeah, right, yeah, but. I'm gonna clear, everyone I think that, clear direction, because I want to short.
And ways.
People and. People and structure, yeah, and put their structure in place to accommodate urgent. Mutual communication. We'll figure it out.
Right.
A lot of time there is. I think.
Because some people.
Everything right now is very. Yeah. So. I think goes to like making sure. Like, on an emotional. Yeah. Or. Communicating and create. Actual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, relaxation. Part of the definition says, when we trust each
I
other.
appreciate the constant and staff.
Yes, both.
Well, anything.
Respect each other.
Not honestly.
That trust and respect will still be there.
Yeah, or I'm gonna.
The one thing I would say that's not, I don't think that maybe it's taken care of in this, it's like.
Other things like
You want to drive by something that there's the park.
Maybe I was about. Like. From.
I see projects.
Here, so that that's when there's organization cards and it's probably like is stability and here staff. And having to long. Yeah, more, yeah, yeah, sorry, yeah. They were trying to, trying to do all the things. The earth section ran underneath the house and not done. She threw it when I got the secretary. We started. I don't know, that was very. Even things that are not, you can't really see, for executive service, we've been advocating for metro increases for 13 years, we got that. And I think we got scale there.
That's really good.
You can see the work we want, you can see it. And it brings me like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ability, something like that. And then also I would say,
It can be like up for professionalism.
oh.
I don't need a sword. Like, I'm in here.
I very sweet.
Also, you.
I remember your-
We want them to be overwhelmed, they know when to say no. The other part of people, they're locked because they don't have to, like that.
Everyone bill. We need some more community here because we get so.
We can talk to them, kind of level to attention.
Or something like that. So I would say, just,
For our guys. They're very,
the best.
survey.
We ask
They're
a
cool,
question.
they're evil,
Not have
they
to.
get to do the job.
We might ask them.
See that they can do it. I mean, like, it really turns into one here, but again, it's higher burden, so I'm saying tools, which are facilities, computer desks, things have to be improved.
Yeah, I mean.
That's special involved.
And communicate needs, maybe another one I would think of, is, yeah. Oh,
No, not that one. Well, just like, I'm just thinking my kids.
Williams, staff, and.
Professional.
Yeah, counties, we buy, three counties, right. We have such experienced staff, because, you know, they've been around the block so many times. For somebody like me, especially and relative to new members. I really appreciate some thoughts that the staff bring. I'd like to hear more. You know, we have to create.
I don't like,
The end of that's where change, right?
so not
That's some
that.
people will do
See that,
that, you know.
see measurable progress.
And then you like-
Because, you know, it's kind of like the main street.
I don't know how
Gonna take forever. We can take.
we- Sure.
that. And I tell them, I want to start first. Yeah.
Easy there. No hand. Right? And age, no people, that they need age.
It is how I was. Yeah. Put a little salt back in there with my- Stone on our. Instead of being more. It's always, it's also very important to, have success. That even, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But it's now.
Okay, what are we gonna give?
I just so that I don't need to do with us, like what I, and I'm not sure how to was the others,
We're certainly like that.
yeah. Ron,
Yeah, I had two while there, they perfectly.
Not getting.
Oh,
yeah.
We should be really good at what we want to is.
That doesn't need to
You
get
gotta find the
formal.
cuts.
Because again,
We can act. So.
Yeah.
We'll write the three cops, but what else?
Yeah, it was about people. If that, those kind of things. But things like people don't remember all of the half of the department. So if you have that
Also wasn't.
and yeah, some of the.
Again,
a little bit,
there's a little bit
action today.
visibility into.
So just
So I mean-
between.
Yeah, but I'm- But it's really another thing that like, how the decision get made, because then I know. It's also just. Room for like, room for questions, room.
But you all think that, like, no women have got to get it for high school, put up a lot of stuff. So maybe that's where. That's the continue to figure it out. That's a tough trade-off. So it's like, kind of taking, but I think that's kind of fine to say. I think it's very, like, that helped me. It's like, for, questions or. We're way out of our, I think it's fine. Some of the process. I like how you look great. I'm gonna give my first shot.
Oh, that's my kind of options, you know, I'm like, it's always about knowing what the options are, but being open and I don't stuff on that long. That would be for us, but under what we do is. Then we open, open and invest in whole options. So that we're looking at it, we expect from you as well. Sometimes not lost and I think we're gonna pay this sometimes.
The other thing I would have to do is, be reasonable, and we're gonna talk about this in the structure, realistic.
Yeah.
Setting realistic expectations, and that could be possibility of time. Schedule, recognizing, your workload, that we need to have ability to with as well.
I think we're worth it. Everybody's got one which is
About understanding.
we cover up like other stuff that you're not both on this.
There's something that
You get there.
you can't.
Oh, yeah, I mean, like, just, if you're gonna start, I think just get it around that.
Yeah, but at the same time, you have to be that and make sure that it's documented. So that it's remembered. And maybe you can find it. Do you know what I mean? So that you have to- Yeah, to start, I mean, we can. Resignation in the document. Our ideas. You don't think that's sometimes, you know, his processes, and then you have maybe stuff kind of creative in context. It's not sort of, it's like a.
We can get into
Bringing this into the talking. Yeah. I don't agree. All right. Guys willing. Yeah, like be willing to give up. Whether it's. Whatever you games, whatever. Are there any? How you doing? So for instance, you have a post about it.
Well, that's right, it's, well, or
Are you?
you gotta pull me out of those or up, but you gotta. You may have to rebalance. Too much.
No,
Something goes wrong. I can say this out, or maybe it's not.
So be aligned.
All of them. You follow them.
That would be a hard one, but early, early part. Do that for our.
And that's gonna get you closer to the 4% you want.
Yeah, the dog is updated for some years, that's coming back on certain training and set. So those are very cool. And then it's holding, you know, being ready to hold on, you know, holding vision for it's all. There's no, and it doesn't have to, it doesn't, it's remind you that, hey, this is the right thing, you have to order. These are procedures to divert revenue, and it's the, we need to have different.
Right, we have 19 lines of business.
And so adding this really manually, we always have that and because also we have so many like what I'm talking about, saying and what to read and it's
Like the college man.
wow, like actually telling that like but so you know and then it's second budget pretty good council line budget. What I'm thinking around trying to think for like number of actually just the procedures we have to.
But I would say not beyond the update, you know, adopted, I think we adopted. I think to your point, how you were going. We actually have to follow them, you know, with, and that obviously doesn't need to be to your point, you know, always rigid, because there's always exceptions to every rule, but in terms of, you put them in practice, so,
Yeah.
you know, dot and.
Yeah, we can waive our rules at any point, right? But yeah.
So yeah, I got something to say about understanding how we are in line.
I don't think it's covered by something that basic common sense.
Because what if I determine the next
The willingness, nothing.
utility bill?
There's, you know, for me, there's still a lot about the city, and they don't have utility. Learning about, you know, about individual, departments. Good reading relationship. I think that's an important part. That's really what makes sense. That's how things get, gets done. And that's how people enjoy working as well.
And then we first, if we were in the treaty of council events first. Further can afford that.
Which is. Ending fund balance in what, 8 figures, maybe 5 figures?
Well, right now.
You're talking.
Yeah.
Well, things we're working on, but one thing that we're able to do, and I did not want to get down, but this is.
We got people know how they get.
On board with that. Where we have each department.
You might have truck.
Here's the consolidated, here's our department.
Case Smith was up on the record.
Oh.
Case Smith voted.
Well, I would see them in the video.
Yep.
That's when they.
When I look at those numbers, they were in the top 10 of sales tax every year.
Yes.
Figuring out again, the kid is trying to. Well, yeah.
More retail than these. And you can talk about it, but non-shorting regulation has been over for a while. And it's just once a year and you, or we do on a cow or something like that. Yeah, what do you think?
If I think the quiet, listening calls.
Yeah, think Ryan has a good idea. I think what a lot of what you're asking for is already on the site. Yeah. And it's not easy in that area. It's not intuitive. But I've been able to find a lot of information.
Yeah, you have to plan.
But it takes a lot of data. And it's not easy.
That's awesome.
Because.
Yeah.
Oh, it's totally different. Like, what they make, they have to vision and
Especially all, like we workshops. Or something like that. And then getting into the stuff on the website,
Yeah, I know.
like, it makes so much more value, like, take a 2 hour, sit down and vote, so you can, like, that's the 2 hour.
And that's our opportunity.
No, maybe. Dedicated.
It's getting out to.
Yes, yeah.
And then I did, training, online training, things Jurassic Park thing, that was no.
And successes often be, right, if you didn't see that.
There was a new like event.
Realization too, we're very smart to be at times over. Really did help you. Around 70, right? Literally. Right? Doesn't need to be thorough.
And if they're no longer the most important thing, and the council, we should realign those priorities so that the staff will.
There. So what you're saying, we'll just be the fun ones. You know, it's always, you know, I think, you know, to make sound successful, which was finding their professional experience. When they're in congratulations.
Sorry.
Yeah. I would have taken a meeting at a date. That I mean, there is respect. Does that make sense? Respecting staff expertise and always want to do the recommendation. Like I'm also done receiving like that.
You knew it was.
Okay, well, let me see how we back together. All right. I'd like everybody to, let's orient the table. We'll do is just, let me come back to the large group here, okay? And I do want each group to identify a spokesperson. Okay. So we're gonna do some presentations and then we're gonna take a break. All right. So I want everybody to take a look at the agreements on the wall. Okay, so we agreed to be open, to be active listeners, to be non-reactive, to be respectful, to provide feedback and be open to constructive criticism,
to trust people's intent and to extend grace. In other words, to assume the best intent of the other and give grace for perhaps not always saying things the right way. That said, and I bring that up because we're about to let some elephants into the room. Okay, and that's why we're here. So I'm going to ask council to go first and present your thoughts. And staff's going to listen openly, respectfully, and we are going to want your feedback. So who's presenting for council?
Me too. Yeah. If you need help with my stellar handwriting, let me know.
I don't know, I saw you, I was pretty close when you were writing it, so, okay, so. I might need help. Okay, how do you define success? Oh, I see, okay, so we wanna make sure that we all feel valued. And that, a little context there is we wanna feel we're able to add value. When we ask questions, how are we responded to, how do we incorporate what we're bringing up into it, or see how it is addressed. And then some of that is, you know, we recognize that there are some really big projects, so we want to be able to see measurable progress. Seeing those projects come to fruition, that can take a really long time sometimes. Long term, sorry, what's that? Results, yes. That's kind of connected as well. I think, Ron, wasn't this yours? Long-term, oh, right, okay. Long-term projects, results, visions, right? So how do we get to that endpoint? Or I guess, Rick, what you were saying is be a little more long-term thinking, right? We want to meet and exceed the needs of the community. I think that's probably a really big one that is so super quick for everyone to come to consensus on how you define success. I think. Okay, so stabilize. This was addressing that feeling of we're all in firefighting mode constantly. I think everyone in this room can honestly agree to that. I feel pretty confident. And so stabilizing it to the point that that's not the case. And then what structure are we gonna have in place to accommodate issues that are urgent? It feels like right now everyone's so busy that if something, what's the urgency above the urgent things that you're working on right now? If an emergency happened or something really urgent, I mean, everything we're already working on, so we're so full of all of that. Go from reactive to proactive is another way to describe what I just said. We need to try and get to that place where we have space to handle urgent things that come up. Trust and respect for council and staff. Some of the conversation around this is honestly, so some of us who've been in here a little longer too, we know what the acronyms mean, we know all this or that, and so sometimes council might ask questions that we actually might know the answer to already, but we have to remember that the public's watching our meetings, so just making sure we save space to answer simple questions that, you know, there's a reason for it, but not always feeling like you need to explain why you're asking a question. It could just be for curious or I don't know, there's a lot of reasons for it. So I think that trust and respect for council and staff, it goes both ways. So requests for staff. Any council members though, did I kind of hit all those pretty well? Requests for staff, being transparent on your workload, ability, and timelines. Just communicating your needs. If there's something you really need, letting us know what that is. I would say professional opinions and guidance to council with options. So trying to think of what that conversation was on that. Just being clear about what your professional opinion is on a matter and help guide us. You know, if we have feedback, trying to help guide us get to, you know, you're the one with the expertise. You're gonna know what we're saying or getting at and be like, oh, I think I know how to address it. That kind of thing. That's what we
And maybe just
Yeah.
my thought on that was staff has so much experience, so many good ideas. You guys have been around the block much more so than a lot of us on council. I'd love to hear your opinions, and get your guidance and your criticism. Of what's going on for me as a council member, because I love it. I learn a lot from you guys, and I think there's a potential to learn.
Yeah. So one thing, again, kind of relating back to those large projects, keeping us updated on status, but identifying the milestones on that long path, so that we know when we've hit a small success, because we were talking about how people might transition off of council and, 10 years down the road, we finally completed because it was just such a massive project and it had multiple steps. So just identifying those milestones. And I'm gonna add one tiny thing here and just say that I think it would be important for us all to not just get a slap on the back when, we say yes to something, but when we say no sometimes, maybe just acknowledge, hey, thank you for bringing up, that feedback, it's really challenging. So maybe not just celebrate successes, but celebrate challenges that we recognize too, and not just have it be a positive feedback loop on, yay, they said yes, it's okay when we say no, it doesn't mean it's a permanent no. It means keep bringing it back if it's important, it's just a not right now. Document, revisit, oh, Corey, what is that? Deferred action, kind of what I was leading into. Is, basically, if we have to say no, it's not because we don't believe that we should do it, it's just, there's all these other factors we have to consider, so please, if you think it's important, keep bringing it back, it's just maybe it's a not right now.
The one I have, I don't think we should give her, but is also, some visibility into your work product in terms of not necessarily, full transparency, but it's helpful for me as a council member to know the trade-offs you made sometimes, or what you did decide, to then not have to ask the question, or it even, informs the trust component. Yeah, we know they, looked at all the options, or potentially it even feeds into a discussion. So when we were doing budget, one of the things I appreciated Chief Duvall did was, here's the things I didn't include, because then I knew the things that you would have liked to include as priorities that were cut, and that also helps me, inform revisiting. We have some extra funds over here. There's some things I remember Chief Duvall was interested in this, or Steve, I know you probably made a number of trade-offs in terms of public works, in terms of what you'd like to do versus what you can do. So I just want to call that as well.
And then you won't be surprised in 2 years when you see it again. You're like, I've been saying this happened. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
The document revisit production, I know one goes ways, and can you explain one way, that if also if staff says we can't do it, we don't have the bandwidth, that it's also documented and maybe remembered and worked in.
It's both ways, yeah, for sure.
All right, okay, before you move on, Steph, are these reasonable requests, or do you have any questions about them?
I feel like I think some of it's even on our list willing to give.
Okay, all right, so now what?
These are requests, but frankly, it's something you guys already do really well. Right, I want to make that clear. It's not like we felt you don't do this stuff. A lot of this stuff is saying we want you to keep doing or do even more.
All right, so what is council willing to do?
What are we willing to do to make staff successful? Allocate resources for standard work and room for unexpected needs or tasks. So how do we want to leave space to do fun projects in the community too. So that kind of loops back into the things we've talked about already about going from reactive to proactive, leaving a little bit of space on the plate, So being open and invested in finding solutions, I'll just admit I ripped that off the wall in the back because I thought that was so good. And I think that's how everyone here feels, is that we're open to talk about options and solutions, and we want to get to that end product. It may not be what was presented, but once we collaborate, what comes out of that, and then we can all buy into it. Having realistic expectations, being agile, again, relates really well to what we've talked about with the leaving space. And that loops back as well to staff being transparent about your workload and the timeline and things like that, so that we have realistic expectations. So just be open and honest about what you think, and there's flexibility there to, I thought this was going to take 4 weeks, it's now looking like it's going to be 8, and just that open communication, and we will be flexible and agile with you and accept that.
One of the things, and I'm going to distill one of those down, is also like, be willing to accept no, and also from asking you for staff is, having you willing to say no. Like, I appreciate everyone's accommodating, but sometimes it just doesn't work and folks need to be able to say, sorry, can't do it. And we have to be willing to.
I'd add to that too, that like the context, like in your presentation, is really helpful in facilitating those answers. So like if we have in the presentation upstream, like, hey, this is what we gave, you know, this is what we need, we kind of have a bigger picture, then it's much easier when we come with something to say, okay, well, we understand, like, we've seen what the trade-offs are, we know the like sort of landscape here, and it clears up any kind of like, well, what is happening behind the curtains, you know?
Yeah, totally. Let's see where we at. Okay, so I think all the staff here know, our last procedures, which were really well written in 2015. Which is updated, obviously. But, you know, it's been a while since we touched those and it's been a process, you know, I worked on those with former council member Hogue, and so where they're at now is with the attorney, but I just brought it up as a we're going to be adopting those updated procedures, and there'll be an opportunity for staff to look at them as well, because you guys need to know them. And then within the new procedures, I put in a section of, this is something we should review annually, not just to say, is this still working? Should we change anything and keep them up to date for what we're currently doing, but also to retrain us. I mean, even for me, it was so funny, some of the things that we thought, this isn't working well, and then we read it and, oh, well, we're not doing it how it's actually in the procedure, and that would work quite well, we're just not doing it. So training annually, talk about it, so we're all on the same page and can agree to that. Oh, and then we added that and follow, yeah, that's really important.
We said too that like maybe taking it on ourselves, have an open meeting where we actually take 2-3 hours and like, as a council.
Yeah.
Learn them together as opposed to read them off. separate.
Yeah, so we group together, for sure.
Yeah.
Willingness to learn and understand, just know, I think that's our commitment to you, that we're coming into these meetings, not with a set frame of mind, like, let's talk about it and learn together, and you all know stuff that I don't know anything about, so just being willing to learn and trying to understand where you're coming from with your requests. Or council alignment on priorities, we thought would be very important, you know, this, whatever the majority of council decides is the priorities, then we're one voice, I think is what Meg had said. Speaking with one voice would probably be very valuable to all of you, instead of being 7 different voices, kind of throwing a bunch of stuff at you. I think we do that pretty well already, but just a continuation of that. And respect staff expertise. Just recognizing that you all are experts in your fields, you know things, again, I just said this, that you know things that we don't. And respecting where you're coming from doesn't mean we're not going to ask you questions about it, because that's a part of our willingness to learn and understand. We'll need to ask questions. It's not coming from a place of questioning you and why you think that or know that. It's us saying, tell us more about it, because I don't. And I think that's about it.
Okay. Well done. So let's listen to staff. How do you define success? What do you need from council?
Yes.
And,
That's you, Mike, extrovert. Like, there's no choice.
How do we define success? Stability. Legal risk are minimized. Time for us to do our job. Enjoying our job. Work and life balance. Professional. Happy, positive employees. Professional development and succession planning. Grounded, organized, and stable. And funding for those things we need to do and aspire to do. Requests for this.
request of staff from council.
Yeah, requests from staff and council. Time for work on our job descriptions. The right tools to do our job. The right proper amount of staff versus tasks that need to be done. Concise, clear direction. Mutual communications. Communicate in a timely fashion and prepared and engaged. Follow the chain of command for communications up and down. Discernment, is that right? Discernment.
Why don't you guys explain that one, because there's some discussion, and of course, the dead possum came up in this conversation.
Yeah, I think this was so creating some agreement around hey, there's a dead possum, that doesn't need to come to me. Versus, hey, I have an ask that's going to take a lot of staff time, touch every department. That's probably something that should come to me for discussion, so that discernment between, hey, can you handle a dead possum? Hey, I have 5 hours support. And somewhere in the middle is the right approach.
Reducing the conflict between our mayor and council.
What was that? Chief?
Reducing the conflict between our council and mayor. Align budget levels to council expectations. Alternative funding sources. And high-level policy and vision.
Okay, council, what do you think? Those reasonable requests?
I think they're great requests, and I think there's some areas the council can do better, frankly, related to these, requests. And, you know, for lack of anything better, I'm gonna pick on the life-work balance. I know the directors and others that are salaried on staff put in a heck of a lot more than 40 hours a week. My feeling is, although it's just a feeling, but Mayor knows better than I do, that you guys probably could use a little bit more work-life balance in your lives. And the council needs to recognize that and understand that that's important for, you know, for so many reasons. I think we all understand those reasons, but that's something that we can probably do a bit better going into the future.
And then just one quick comment for me, I mean, much like the chief called out, it's nice to see that there's some alignment, I mean, which is one of the intents of the exercise, obviously. You know, a lot of it's around framing the high level vision, which really gives you the tools and the framework in which to operate. I think that's going to really drive everything else, improve the communication, assist with prioritization. So, you know, how we actually turn these into executable and sort of action plan, I think will be really interesting in the upcoming sessions. But again, I'm I guess delighted to see, while it's not 100% aligned, you know, that there's a high level of correlation.
Yeah, I have one quick, just really quick on the work-life balance. I want to just make a comment. I think you guys all know this, but like for council, this is like part-time, not our 8 to 5. And so if any of us ever email you on the weekend or a weeknight, it's because we have other jobs we're doing. So I don't think there's any expectation of getting a response. That's when the time we've devoted to this part of our work is. So just in case that wasn't clear, that's because we have other things going on. And then the other thing I want to say, I think in this concise, clear direction, sometimes we need a little help with that. That's why when we get to the end of an item, I'll say, do you have everything you need from us? Like, so don't be afraid, please. And I don't think you are, but you know, just make sure if you need something really specific, just tell us what it is and we'll head nod or thumbs up or vote or whatever is needed. Sometimes we just need a little reminder, like, did you get everything you needed? Because we can, not surprisingly, go off on tangents sometimes. And so we just need a little reminder of like, you need a yes on this, a no on that, or whatever, so.
Yeah, and related to Amy's comments, I'm retired, I don't know what day to leave you. So you know, you gotta go to Sunday. I don't want to, don't destroy it.
It's 6 Saturdays and a Sunday, right?
Yes, I'm gonna ask for clarification on something because I'm confused by it. Actual budget levels to council expectations, these are requests of council, so, right?
Which one is it?
Under requests of council, the actual budget levels to council expectations.
Align.
Align, can't we? Align.
I'm ready.
No, mine too. Look at that.
Research,
But-
basically.
Aligned budgets are.
Can you just explain that one a little more?
I like, you want us to do lots of fun things, and we want to do lots of fun things, but at the end of the day, you know, if you want a lot of stuff, you got to budget for it. You got to give us some money and resources in order to do all the things that you're expecting of us. That, I think that's what.
And that would be headcount as well.
So Corey, that goes in line actually with the resources allocated for standard work one.
Right, yeah, no, I think I was just, the phrasing of it was what I was getting. But that makes sense.
Okay, so I mean, it's a good set of requests, so let me just
tell you what you want, okay? By agreeing to both of these sets of requests, are you okay as mayor for someone from staff to say, hey, you know what? You guys gotta work that out before we address it.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's, one of my, for the last 5 years, it's been really. We have been in firefighting mode. It was in firefighting mode even before I became mayor. And it's just gotten worse just due to circumstances and COVID and a lot of things outside of our control. And so, all of this is really kind of makes my heart sing because it's really acknowledging and having that discussion that we need to have about what we need to operate as best we can as a city.
Good, because here's what I'm hearing your staff say. We need you guys to get along and to speak with one voice. That's what I heard loud and clear. And I think there's a certain amount of bravery that it takes to say that in this group. So that's what your staff's asking for you. You guys good with that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So on the mayor's behalf, she's been in a really weird space for 3 years,
Yeah.
right?
Or
So she's had to do and be more staff related or oriented as opposed to elected oriented. So I think this would be a transition plan for her to go back to being
thankfully.
a mayor per se, and having administration separated, so hopefully she can lose some of the detail.
Yep.
And then be more high level, but yet understand enough of what's going on through a channel.
Yep.
Again, that isn't 5 different people,
Yeah.
right? So,
Yeah,
It
that's
is.
huge for, I'm like
yeah,
over the
I
moon.
think things, and I think one thing is, anybody's board is like the past is the past. And, like, let's look forward, but yeah, I think there'll be a difference,
Yeah.
my perspective of that role.
I completely agree, and I'm really excited to get to move into that role of primarily elected official and having Cynthia manage the day-to-day. Now, I love the work and it's, reflective of my background and my current, professional work as well. But as an elected mayor, I should be able to be focusing on my relationships with council members and external partners. And not have to, most of my time has been focused on staff for the last 5 years. And so having that shift and that right sided is going to be very, very positive.
Okay, so Mike, what is staff willing to do?
This is a big part of it. So we're willing to give our best, listen, provide ideas and creativity, be flexible, provide constructive feedback and provide additional options.
Well done, good work.
Okay,
See, that last part really hits exactly what, I think some of our requests are, it's me right on the- exactly what we as the council want as well.
okay, let's go ahead and we haven't given you a break. So why don't we go ahead and take a 10, or we'll take a 12-minute break. Please be back in chairs at exactly 20 before the hour. Okay, and we'll get that. 20 before the hour. 20 before the hour. Lunch.
And then
Oh, okay.
Where's that at?
So I did.
No.
Without real, yeah, so. You know, that's
You know what I mean? Like I paid. So you can't. But you see, it's the rest. And we're literally driving home to wherever.
Yeah. Yeah, again, this down eight, it changes.
We did with Sean, and but
We had some, we're not necessarily.
I think they I'm not serious. He's a great. Why didn't Carl watch the game? It's like, what do you do?
Well.
But then I just.
Yeah.
Sophomore.
Like.
Yeah.
I
No, I'll get out of here. High school and playoff.
But.
One. And most of the people that are on our club team.
I basically said to her,
I would.
he is part of right at. But like,
Yeah, yeah.
So I just want to.
Basketball, you've been good going.
But like.
Yeah.
For.
Yeah, they're working every day.
But he's.
Well, we went to the home.
So I'm like, well, I'm gonna. Oh, I don't. This is literally.
Yard.
Yeah. Exactly. So. Model popping into those students.
Well, that's, yeah, like, when I got those, you know, I don't- Yes, something, Katrina.
But no.
You know. About it. But I super good. So she came back with the common ourselves. Other things. And so her brothers, very much. These companies retired, come back to work, young bird colonies. It's from the house. They put the house in the market. They grow the house in the line, but the next season, and with us, we have a business. So, you know, have that. And you put it on the street road, we're probably younger, we both. I was getting back to what exactly what you guys still good, they able still not. But it's perfect. But it's good. You know, it's still fine. Within the. So, I think it's a good term.
Very much like.
But when you go out and do your day, actually one of these
And I'm trying to not.
double wide.
And it's like, I know it's-
I'm sitting on the top.
So like one of them is.
And you work. So you have to.
All that. The next one is.
Well, the things that they
Right. When they were pushing me down, it was like, because I was pushing your head and things like, yeah, we did not tell them to take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
anyways, it's, there was just, and then you.
Yeah.
Like they weren't doing it in one on, like. They're today, like. But he ended up going out. But it's just. Okay, so he wants to keep it loving them and. Oh, I just, it's outstanding and doing the best stuff, so it takes me like 5 minutes to get to water. I'm like, you wanna go sit on a bus? You're telling me you're gonna give us, and you're gonna give us your breakfast time and your relaxation time, so like, so I don't know, for your meeting, whatever, I don't know, I just got really. We have never had like experiences on that. I mean, there was a bus driver that was like, no, yeah, so you it's wrong, yeah. There was a bus driver years ago before. When the kids were on, we hit the brakes to get them all shorter. Yeah. That's how we. Anyways, it was just like, that was really, that really, mine was not.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's very difficult.
We sort of.
And then Taylor was really worried about.
Yeah. I think it's not.
Yeah. Principal, look, kids have to go on the ground, he's like, I'm not, you're not gonna get in trouble when elbows and stuff like that. He goes, now, if once you get up and they square off, we go, like, never gonna have a problem. Like, oh, so he told me that he told him that, I'm like, okay, that's exactly what I told him too. If you're actively defending yourself, you're not gonna get in trouble. Yeah. I just don't know what goes through. There was one, I mean, I was just, I don't know, I just, that was, you know, for me, so. It's funny. I didn't even get up, so I didn't know anything. I need to go throw away my muff and thing. I know, that was just a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Come on back. Come on back. All righty. All right, so this is the part of the agenda where we get to put Cynthia on the hot seat. Okay, so come on over.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
And you're gonna stand in front from.
We think we're gonna pick up some time here, okay, so not to worry, because we've got, lunch is not starting till 12:15, and we have a really fun activity over lunch. I promise. So, here's what we'd like to do. This is an opportunity for Cynthia to introduce herself. And Cynthia, what I'd like you to do is to, tell us why you're here. Tell us what your job is as defined. Okay. And we can get some questions. And then we want to talk about, there's a new administrator in town. I was gonna say we share every town, but the new administrator in town, what that means is, talk about how does this work in terms of this level of discernment that Cynthia talked about. How should this communication of requests go between council and staff? And Keith and I are going to take some notes for you. Okay, ready?
I think so. Okay. So you all know, I met several of you actually during the interview process. It's a little difficult because I've only been here 6 days, so I've only made first impressions, and I haven't checked those first impressions against data and reality yet. So I really am only going off of first impressions when. But I can tell you where I'd like to get to, and then maybe we can back up from there, if that makes sense. Where I would like to get to is some form of dashboard or reporting mechanism where I really understand what is coming in from council and from the community. And I'm reporting back with timelines and measurables to you all, so you know what came to us, from whom, how long it took us to report, what work we did on it, and kind of have that on a monthly basis. That's where I would like to get to. Probably 2-year project, if I'm guessing, to figure out how we do that, how to build a dashboard or some reporting mechanism. So working back from that, my goal would be to also learn what I don't know. And if I, in doing it, learning what I don't know in an organized fashion if I can. So having things come to me, letting me quickly test what I know, what I don't know, ask the right question, and let me get to know the team and know their expertise. That's what I would like to get in my first year. So, and I think it would help us all. And I certainly, I'm hoping would really help the team. Another goal of mine is really help the mayor learn enough about me and trust that I'm capable of doing the job so that she can do her role as well. I don't know if that's what you want me.
It is.
Okay.
What I was hoping to do is to have council maybe ask you some questions about perception of the role. This is an opportunity to clarify the role and the expectations.
Can I sit down for that?
You may.
Okay.
So, I mean, council, let's, let's ask some questions to Cynthia. You've got this wonderful resource. You interviewed her, and now you've selected her for this position. It's really important. What do you want to know about Cynthia's perceptions of the role? And what do you want her to know about you guys? Go ahead.
Let's see, this is sort of half a statement, half a question, so. One of the things that's important to me as a council member is my ability to contact the department heads directly, to staff directly for that matter. And as part of that, you have to, I think, trust me and the other council members to walk the fine line. In other words, I know I can't ask the chief, hey, I'd like you guys to take on this particular project. I mean, I know better. But on the other hand, when I'm, asking for what I think is relatively simple information, or just have some, whatever, the desired chat or whatever. I appreciate the freedom to actually talk to staff. That's part of my, it's part of my job satisfaction, if you will, to have those relationships with staff. So I just want to make sure that falls in line with your expectations. And again, part of it is trust, and that trust doesn't come overnight, right? You got to learn that, or you earn it from somebody. But trust that I won't overstep my bounds and do make a request that should have come through you.
So maybe we can pause there. I think that's a really good conversation, because this is not unusual, right? In a city where you have a strong mayor form of government, you also have a part-time council, which I mean that in no negative ways. What are the limits that you want to express for communication between council and staff, if there are limits? But what are some of the things as you function in your role that you want council to know, to respect your desire to communicate with staff, which is great, but also let's just articulate those potential limits.
So I don't know that I have an answer to the potential limits, but I have a reaction. And the reaction is that I think transparency is really important and communication is really important. So the question that you have might be a question that the rest of the council has. And building a way so that the question that you ask and the answer you receive is shared with the rest of council. And that the communications are not so siloed that we can't find that information. And I also don't want to put staff in a position of having to take away substantial amounts of their work time to report back to me in a micromanaged kind of way. Like, I talked to this person, and I said this, and I talked to this person and said this. So somewhere is a line between conversation and chat and accessibility and real work and real questions that the rest of the council deserves to know and the mayor deserves to know. I don't know where that line is, but I would like to try in the next few months to define that,
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
yeah, and I appreciate your answer because this is a question I don't think there is a black and white answer to, right? It's all very situational dependent. Part of it is learning, to know people, trusting people, etc. So there's a lot of variables at work.
Yeah, and the staff has pre-existing relationships with all of you, and a lot of staff live in this community and are members of the community. I don't have that advantage. I mean, I've known them for a week. But I'm really mindful of my first impressions, which is I don't want to micromanage the staff. And I don't want them to feel like I'm in their business day in and day out because they know far more than I do. And so I don't want to create awkward situations like, as part of our one-on-ones, like, who did you talk to and what did you say? That breaks down the community feeling of a council, staff, mayor relationship. But there has to be some way where important questions or requests for issues that we know we're all working on somehow get to me, somehow are logged, and then the answer back is dispersed among council and mayor.
That makes good sense.
Would it be fair to, because we're gonna, and I'll get to in just a second, would it be fair to have an operating agreement that says any communication with council that involves a request for activity or request for work is either goes through Cynthia or is communicated to Cynthia? Because one of the things I've heard is council's agreement to speak with one voice, but also staff's request that council speak with one voice, right? So, and to follow the chain of command. And it seems that this is the chain of command, right? That a request that involves allocation of staff time or workload would go through Cynthia. Would that be fair?
Well, if we can step back, since I'm new, I'm not quite familiar with the chain of command here. I know council reports up to the mayor.
No,
No.
council's independent. They're separately elected body. In most strong mayor cities, communications to staff go through the city administrator from council.
Okay.
City
So
administrator
it's like a hard
is the,
line from council.
in most cities, that's the way
Is that here?
it's supposed to.
Oh.
But it doesn't. But, and part of that is, frankly, not having somebody in the position for the last 4 years.
Yeah, I understand that. So you can kind of double box. But
And,
Yeah.
there's definitely times where council doesn't want to reach out to me on something they get direct to the staff. And so, that has been the chain of command until we got Cynthia on board. But it's not been followed consistently by any stretch.
So maybe
So it's
it's
made a
not
challenge.
chain of command, it's maybe chain of communication.
Yeah.
I want to, before I come on, Jennifer, wants to try and say something and then we'll.
And can I add real quick, also, in the next year, part of my probation or whatever that looks like, and whatever you want to term it, is building trust with the mayor and being able to report to her the things that I'm learning and the things I'm seeing and hearing and how I assign work and the response I get back from staff. And so that's work that she needs to see from me to know if I'm being successful in my.
I sort of just a couple, they're more comments than questions, but feel free to respond to them. I think we get into the agreements and other things. I think it's important to recognize there are differences in types of requests. And part of that is going to be defined when you said informational request versus informal, want to also acknowledge, for council members, part of that is, I know Steve in the community, our kids play on team sports, there's social relationships. And so, I think there's not necessarily going to be a hard line, but in terms of, because if you're saying hello or asking a question informally or certain things, to your point, you don't want to kind of box that in. I do, on the concept of the broader dashboard, there's an automated, and everyone tries to get the perfect world. One of the things that the chief does, in your report is around community activity. We've had extra work calls, and we've had this and that. I think there would be some value in the council, even if it's, we don't even talk about it. It's part of the things like how many requests you've had, even if it's just hard copy in the short term, because that gives us awareness. I think one of the things we talked about is holding each other accountable as well. Gives us a tool to use as well as a way to measure that. And I had another sort of more insightful point, which I sort of lost from my train of thought, but it's around other mechanisms. So one of the things I'd love to see as part of this process is Amy, I know that we're looking at some ways in terms of how we use committees. And, from a productivity balance perspective, are we getting value or the other value? I just want to call out that there's another mechanism. So we have direct questions to you. We have council members who are on committees that engage with staff as part of that committee, whether it's public safety, public works, planning. So from a council, we also should find ways, if there's a better mechanism or leveraging another council member who has direct face time with that staff to repurpose that meeting, and maybe we keep the committees on board, but instead of good to the order, there's some structured time for questions. So again, all things we can talk about, but I just wanted to throw it at the top of one.
Good, Jennifer, you had a comment.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this is, maybe what Rick is saying and like trying to, sometimes when, a conversation with staff isn't a black and white, here's a question that's going to have a very specific answer. It's a trying to understand, and if you write a question, it might be taken a different way and an answer is, and then you're back and forth, no, that's not really, when a 5-minute conversation could create understanding. Does that make sense? And so like, how do you find a balance between, like formally writing a question out and going through this huge chain and the ease of creating understanding and maybe even collaboration that can only really occur in a conversation? And so I how do you find that balance of doing that? And sometimes, I hear like, well, in council meeting, you can ask a question. That's not a conversation. And
I'm not here, maybe formal written communication. All I'm saying is so that staff hears one voice from council. So and there, so that you don't have a situation where a staff member is trying to say, well, I got direction from Ron, and now I got direction from Jennifer, and now Mike wants something. That's, I think, what your role is supposed to help them resolve.
Correct.
So I think that's what I'm hearing. Does that make sense?
right, if there's a request for work to be done, or an elaborate question that would require significant amounts of time, but I think we could be more collaborative if there was some allowance for discretion of being respectful of each other's time, but not turning everything into such formality, but that, there isn't a sense of.
Absolutely. I think we're hearing that you guys are trying to figure this out right now. So Steve had a comment, and then
So I assume at some point, right, the new person will establish some open timelines to discuss, and those topics might be interesting, not just for the council person and department manager, but maybe her, and she can then like pull one of us in, and we can have a conversation. I know it's hard, it's not gonna be 1 hour a week, because there's people with jobs and everything else that's gonna be fit in, so I assume there'll be some of that, but I think back to the other point of like everything out there is usually visual, so I expect to receive a text or a call on a Saturday or Sunday, like, hey, they're on the field and the lights are off. I'm not gonna call somebody for that, because one, it's a Saturday night and she's gonna try to find me and you're gonna try to find her, like that's a lot of, that's some continuity. So I think just those kinds of things, hey, I see a sprinkler on the park, or I see something somewhere, that's probably more direct for me.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with her. So I think that's just learning what to do when, but I think some of those conversations too. Yeah, they're gonna include a staff member, but they might need to include, Cynthia as one, learning all the rules and all the things we do, because we're not a regular city or full service, we have everything, so that's different too. Because she has a lot of them, right, honestly, so. Yeah, I'm sure those conversations will occur.
Yeah, and it is on my kind of priority list for the first month. You'll all receive an email from me about setting time to meet with me, and that cadence can look different for each of you. If you want monthly, if you want quarterly, if you want every other week, I'm pretty flexible to what you need from me. And honestly, Steve's right. I actually don't know what I don't know yet. So the more time you all want to put on my calendar is actually better for me. I learn more. So please take advantage of the fact that right now the calendar is really open. It did it really quickly. So, in the next week, if there is time that you want to spend and you want that to be structured, regularly scheduled time, I am absolutely open for that.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, with the council question asking with directors, I just want to build up that trust where, council members don't, believe it or not, always know if something is in detail, like this would take me 2 hours to find an answer. So just simple, so finding out that would take probably X amount of time because I don't know offhand. And so finding the time commitment for that work to get an answer might change a council member's mind and like, oh, I don't need to know that. That was just, I was curious about it. But maybe they do kind of want to know, but we all recognize we're 1 of 7. We're not, well, soon to be 7, but we're not all individual. We're not allowed to make requests, just ourselves and staff or anything like that. So I think then it would be oh, that needs to come back to council and we'll see if everyone else needs to know that or, so finding what that is it 45 minutes, it's not going to be a hard line, it's going to be a feel out type thing. And I think that'll unravel and reveal itself in the time, but that's just something I'm going to point out.
And it'll be circumstantial too, because there's some things that will, somebody is gonna want to spend time looking into, and other times where it's gonna be like, this is not something that's important right now, that it needs to go on the back burner for a later. And so there's gotta be grace both ways there too.
It kind of goes on to what you said, but it's also for us as directors discerning the questions or the phone calls that we get and kind of saying, okay, this isn't something that we're gonna elevate because we think X, Y, or Z. And so I think that's part of that natural process that's gonna occur as well. And I think it's especially early on for Cynthia, we're gonna elevate quite a bit because we're in a learning curve, right? She's a big sponge right now. And we're gonna throw some water. Yes.
I like your idea of a dashboard. I come from an engineering background and familiar or very familiar with looking at dashboard and drilling down and see if, I don't know what plan you have to report on there. Assuming there's gonna be a lot of Steve's projects in there. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But I think the dashboard will help eliminate a lot of questions.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I just want to kind of hint on what my expectations is. I mean, I hear what Steve has said as far as calling me directly, hey, there's a, accident just happened in front of my house, or hey, there's a lost dog in my neighborhood, or hey, there's this, that's different than calling me and asking me for like my take on a certain thing as far as like the new reforms or whatever that is, because that's going to take time for me to actually see what you're talking about, or do some research. So those types of questions that really take away from my time to have to go through the city administrator who's in charge of my time for the week. So, but like simple questions or getting to know type of thing, I'm fine with Steve saying there's a tree down across my street and any cops up here to direct traffic. I didn't expect you to call her for that. I would do, those types of conversations for me is fine.
But big policy questions like, I really would like body worn cameras on the officers by next week. That's a conversation that the chief and I need to spend a lot of time on and get council involved. And, there are policy questions that are complicated and we have a lot of stakeholders outside of Duvall that need to get involved. So those kinds of things I would expect to come to me.
So what I'm hearing is, the council wants to have open access to staff, which is good, right? And that the request from council to staff is, let us know if we're stepping on those edges, right? Because we might not know, if we think it might be something easy, and in reality, I just asked Dana to reformat the budget and forecast for the next 10 years. And so, rather than going back to your office and going, you're saying, happy to consider that. That's a bigger request you might be aware of. Let's move Cynthia in. So that's now okay, right?
Yeah.
All right. But your staff is also saying, if I can interpret this, if it's something fairly transactional, dead possum, smear across the road, we know who to call. It's not Dana. Steve, right?
He has the lips.
Right? Cynthia, are there any requests that you have as you look at best friend government, right? That's what we're all looking for, is best friend government to serve the residents of Duvall. Are there any requests that you have of staff and or of council that would make communication and requests flow more smoothly, just based on your experience?
I really utilize my one-on-ones in a pretty succinct way. I kind of divide them by topics. And I've shown a couple of the directors what I've set up in OneNote, but I kind of work through a running list. And it's a commitment that I'm also making to council that that conversation will happen. So the running list is HR issues, like what's on fire, what, personnel stuff is going on. Then it's council questions and issues that you've heard about during the week, mayor questions and issues. What do you want me to bring to the mayor? But did I have a conversation with the mayor that needs to be brought back to you? Project work, issues coming up on the horizon. So I work through my one-on-ones kind of like that. I mean, not initially getting to know each other, but I've set up OneNotes for everyone to kind of work through that structure. So it's a commitment to all of you that there will be opportunity for me to know what is going on with your questions and the issues that you're bringing forward. And, I'm tracking and keeping notes. It'll probably be the beginning stages of how I would build some kind of reporting mechanism.
Super quick logistical, very specific question. So just with the past years and how we've been structured, when council emails a staff member, like a director, we are to CC the mayor, and then if there's a city administrator. So, or would you want us to continue that method? And that's a question secondarily to you, because I don't know, is that, and if you don't have the answer today, that's fine. I just want to know, is that something, a practice we continue for now? Or do you want us to try and use judgments so that you're not getting your inbox blown up? I wasn't sure how you want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because I don't know where, I guess it comes back to that word discernment. I don't know what you all email staff about right now. So I guess my preference right now would be more information, and then over time say, this isn't, I don't need to know this.
And it's good for me to know what questions are being asked too. That's gonna help reduce the amount of time Cynthia and I have to talk. So just getting CC'd on an email, even if I read it, on a request, if I just read it, even at a high level, I know it's there. And I know that if I have a question of Cynthia about it, I can ask it if she doesn't bring it up. But in general, just having that touch and that pulse of what the questions are is also really important for me, and being able to support council now that I get to step away from more of the administration stuff. So that also, that email may be something that somebody is working on, but there may be something else that is important for me to talk to that council regarding whatever that issue may be. And so having me in the loop can also help on some things that might be more complex. We might allow the political conversation to happen, or a candid conversation that you wouldn't want to have a staff happen between me and the council member, and so that the staff stays out of any of the political discussion. Yeah, and because that's really important too.
Yeah, in responding to requests from council, you mentioned, what is the service level agreement you set up? Are you expecting us to ask for it in SLA, or are you going to provide one? Or
Probably not in SLA.
a lot of the questions we've been asking, you kind of fall into that.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to continue the conversation of, setting some structure around how quickly do we respond, and what does our response look like to you to feel like we're being successful in that response. So, we took a request, we did these things. From our staff perspective, we feel like we closed the loop. Do you feel that way too? And then what comes next? So some mechanism for that.
So you're, are you getting along the lines of some formal document or procedure?
I don't know, I mean, I don't want to super over formalize it, but I would like to get enough information that when we get to building a dashboard, that it is the groundwork for a dashboard.
Well, I don't think we would say, hey, you violated the terms.
Yeah, no, I mean, and part of this conversation, right, is trust and teaming and collaboration. So, you know, I don't want to say like fuzzy expectations, but, you know, I think we should have some form of agreement. Like if you ask a question, I commit to talking to staff about it in a one-on-one that week or the next week. And I'm reporting back to you what happened with that.
So I think in the terms, when you say service level agreement, we're not doing any negotiations. But it's more co-establishing expectations for.
24 hours,
Yeah.
same week, you know,
Right.
next
So
day.
here's what we're going to do, is that acceptable to you? Yes, it's acceptable. You know, if it's not mission critical, 30 days is great.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what we're hearing, is set expectations and close the loop, right? So Ron?
Yeah, and my question was, probably should have been on the board when we were doing the request. It sort of touches on, I think, you know, we talked a little bit about on my board over here, you know, us needing to learn. And so I think the other part of this is in terms of the informational request, which would be helpful if this wasn't on the app, but you know, staff should always be welcome, provide the answer and then teach me how to. Like, and this is available and, you know, and even how you bring it, you know, if you want more information on this topic, you can find it here, or there's this regulation, or not that we all have time to do that, but that would really, then the next time I know where to look it up or can find it, and I don't have to bother staff, you know, so again, I just want to put that out, that that's another tool or mechanism that I think staff has to help us ramp up and educate on an issue or a policy, or, you know, even as the mayor said, from a policy, you know, you bring a lot of these up in the council meetings, but there's probably, you know, 90 other things that I'm not aware of, so feel free to educate us as well.
Yeah.
Good, and we're going to talk more about communication this afternoon. How are you feeling so far? Good retreat so far?
Good.
Okay, excellent. And for those of you listening later, because I know this is riveting conversation, this is what best friend government looks like, right? People figuring out ways to work together and communicate well. So I'm going to put us on break. It is now, before you start moving in that direction, it is now 10 minutes past the hour. We're going to meet back here in 35 minutes. And you have an assignment, actually you have 2 assignments. Okay, 1, eat some lunch. 2, it is a beautiful day outside. And if I believe the weather reports, which I tend to in the Pacific Northwest, this may be the last really beautiful sunny day that we get for a while. So what I would like to do is I'd like you to find 2 buddies. Okay, preferably people you don't work with on a day-to-day basis. And I want you to wander around this really lovely downtown destination. And I want you to take a photograph anywhere downtown with any residents or visitors or any in front of any space in the city of Duvall. And this is your, I want you to take a picture on somebody's phone because we're going to display it as what's great about Duvall. Okay, this is your submission as a team. What's great about Duvall? All right, come back in 35 minutes. And ready up. How about a group of 3?
Well, 11. Okay.
I'm gonna take my picture on my work office. Work.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I know. No.
Not because she might want to just do, he did a lot of the, like upper division.
Yeah.
So, but she's like.
Do you guys have?
Are we eating and walking?
You're gonna decide how you want to do that.
Either walking or now or the back. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I have to the point where I can hear.
We're waiting for them. Were they abducted by aliens or? Okay, well, if there's no objections, let's get back to session. So you guys have a good lunch.
Yes.
Okay, you guys get out in the sunshine. Oh, I understand that one of our groups got to connect with residents, so that was great.
Yeah.
So, visibility, right? Seeing out the community. So, after the next exercise, we're gonna do the photo reveal. All right, these can be welcome to Duvall. Postcards, right? These are the submission. Okay, so, what I'd like to move to next is, what we refer to as the community agreements. There's all kinds of research that supports that teams succeed or fail based on one of three things. And one of those three things is not intelligence. It's not money. It's not time, right? So those are things that teams can and do overcome, right? You can accommodate almost anything. I spend a lot of time in the design community, and great design is not defined by great budgets. It's defined by using budgets to the highest and best use, right? So the three things that determine the success or failure of a team, not surprisingly, the number one thing is how a team communicates. You agree? In fact, ENR came out with an article a number of years ago that called the cost of communication our multiple billion-dollar challenge on projects. Is that they suggested that 40 to 50% of the problems on infrastructure projects is a direct result of communication. And if you extend that to city government, county government, state government, federal government, you can see where communication can create enormous challenges. The second thing that we find is predictive of whether a team is going to succeed or fail is how that team makes decisions. Is in a council able to make a decision that sticks? Are they able to stay the course and get work done? Can an engineering team get a decision done and move it forward? Anybody who's ever remodeled their house knows the expense of late decisions. I'm gonna name my next dog change order. This is my life right now, but it's timely and informed decision making. This is not barreling forward with decisions that are uninformed, but it's making decisions with the right level of information and engagement with the right people, and then decisions that stick, right? And then the third is teams succeed or fail based on their ability to resolve disputes, to make dispute resolution part of the way the organization operates. You don't want an organization without dispute. Right? Irving Janis in the 1970s came up with a term he called groupthink. And Janis found that teams that are so focused on their invincibility, their ability, or their that everybody needed to agree and push so hard to find consensus decisions, that they actually wound up making really bad decisions. That said, organizations like councils and staff need to be able to raise disputes, resolve disputes, and do it in a way that supports the organization, supports the community without making it personal and without enabling them to fester. So when you say the past is in the past, yes. And we're also informed by the past, right? So these are 3 predicted elements of whether a team, and I would suggest a city, is going to be successful or not. Do you agree? So that's going to provide a framework for community agreements. So here's what I'd like to ask you to do. I'm going to ask you to break into 1 of 3 groups. And in each of the groups, I'd like you to do this. And this is, by the way, a facilitator trick. So those of you interested in facilitation, is after lunch, you know, we fed you a variation of turkey sandwich, okay, with carbs. And then we're saying sit and listen. It's a really bad idea, right? And so as a facilitator, we could change the focus of the room multiple times, make people move and keep them awake. So works with council meetings too. So as we look at this, we can break the easel. I'm going to ask you to answer 3 questions. Number 1, what are the biggest challenges that you're going to face relative to this category? And it can be based on experience. These are the biggest problems we're having with communication, or that we might have with communication. These are the hard things that we need to resolve. So for example, as we push to pull things through our city administrator, how do we still provide open dialogue and get the advantage of this diversity of council perspectives at the right time, right? How do you do that? Well, that's something we want to resolve and we want to think about. So I'd like the group working on communication to talk about biggest challenges or the ways communication sometimes doesn't work, right? For example, I'm working on a project team right now where someone in a position that should know better is sending flaming emails to the project team in the middle of the night. Really bad idea, right? Really bad idea. So that would be a challenge. Number 2 is, what should be the guidelines? Okay, the guidelines. What are the operating agreements? How do we agree to communicate, or how do we agree to make decisions? How do we agree to resolve disputes? So a common one on dispute resolution is we agree to make disputes professional and not personal. Or in decision making, we agree to document decisions and evaluate each to make sure it's beneficial. You know, whatever that might be. For communication, we agree to use email for documentation and not to resolve issues. Okay, so I want a list of guidelines. What are your operating rules or rules of engagement for the category you're working in? And then 3 is, I want you to draw or document the flow. Now, in communication, what's that flow of communication look like between council or within council, between council and staff, between staff and mayor and council, between council and the mayor? So I want you to show what that looks like, okay, to help us understand the guidelines, right? On decision making, how do decisions get made within the city? Are there decisions that reside at the staff level? Are there decisions that get resolved at the staff mayor level? Are there decisions that uniformly go at the council level? I think it's important to define those and delineate those, but what does that flow look like? And how do people stay informed? Now, if you're in the dispute resolution side, I want you to identify the dispute hierarchy. Okay, so what happens when there's a dispute that is staff to staff? Where does it go? If there's a dispute, council to council, what happens there? How about a dispute council to mayor, mayor to council? Staff to mayor, mayor to staff. And what about council mayor? Okay, what happens then? How do we resolve it? Does that make sense? Okay, so here's what I'm gonna ask you to do. This. If you. Okay, I got it. I'm gonna ask this group here in the back to focus on communication. Keith, I'm gonna ask you to tear that one off, and the group up there is gonna work on dispute resolution. And over here is going to work on decisioning. So here's the rule of engagement. You may work in any of these groups that you want, but there may only be 4 people in the group. And you have to have at least 1 council person and at least 1 staff person. Okay, 4 people, at least 1 council, at least 1 staff. All right. Let's move, let's get to groups.
I'm gonna work on the boxing ring up there.
Well, here with you. I am. It's gonna be on my meeting. Guys, explains all of our problems.
We need a council member. Everybody.
Alan. Okay, you can already have 4 per group. Okay.
So.
Can't read. Oh, yeah, and then the second one.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And I think the challenge is we're talking. The challenge
So
Okay.
I want to jump ahead, put it in that use finally implement.
I'm wondering.
Yeah.
But it.
Yeah. So, I always say in my house, and when at least I want to get it, like air. When there's no play where like, we have in the college programs, they have. The time here I spend. Or yeah.
Yeah.
Description.
Yeah, the other part is.
Go away. Like for us, maybe you just more complicated. Right now. No, not. You're saying. I'm still. Like you have something different.
My opinion
On ending debate.
probably contingent.
And it's.
You got it? Did you get it?
I know. I'm like that prison.
The whole thing about acting stuff and all.
I feel like it's fine and very fan. Ready to just be like.
But your point, that's kind of.
I'll say lack of knowledge of. So if you, communication or styles, is that what you're saying, or just communication? Saying the same thing. Different hours. You have to see again.
Here, I think you mentioned.
Yeah.
Let's take a moment to.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Guide for guidelines. I'm good at this thing out. So guidelines. For me, a big one I'm right now is that when it comes to clarifying questions. Because here's what happens. What happens is that someone says something, they're maybe not the best. And then it's not, that's really. And then just like maybe let me make sure I understand what I'm saying. Yeah, here's what I'm hearing on that. It's saying. Right. It's the time that I'm, oh no. And then it will be. You know what I mean? For me, you're just talking here. State.
For me, I'm sitting there. The other thing about it, I think that probably with some of it, but. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
But, you know, so I think that the challenge is also. I think it's
Yeah. 20,000 people sitting in the same. Yeah, not as important as.
Yes, that's what. We're two Cs, right?
I want to be really
Oh, there's a C. Super subtle there.
Really like we're just starting simple.
Right, like, let's get on the same page with the basic principle and
Yeah,
then.
it's also not necessarily, it's all that from, you know, with all those. The kind of procedure.
It's like following.
Like how to define the relationship. At the end of the day, the meeting should be run by the rules and there are mechanisms.
Things fall off, you know, you have to follow, not really recessions, and again, that's the lack of. You know, and so that's. Easier. And but it looks to be well, and if you're running it, say, all right, let's take it tomorrow. Yeah, draw a document.
I think that amongst within, there's definitely like the last and the water meeting.
Well, I don't.
I'm walking over to figure it out, but if we're here, you first. I make sure that you can do it.
Okay, yeah, see, that's higher levels. I need it.
The other, which is more, I don't know what the video. Like when you're getting. But it's like, can we reframe it in a different way?
Figure out at what point it's not that. Just get over, you guys are already. Yeah. You can follow that up as many times as you need to. And then we'll drop a cloud around the whole thing and say discussion. Yeah, from understanding their. I like it. If I make one more arrow, it'll devolve into chaos. I know, I'm like, this is dead end. What do we do? Maybe, yeah, no, I'm gonna fall. And the process for like, I think that was, it's kind of hard to balance as well. Thank you. Stuff in there. Well, we also have.
Yeah. Too many little bubbles in your flow diagram.
Yeah.
I
Sometimes
was.
you're back, and I go look at all these flow diagrams.
You're like next thing you
I appreciate your input, but
Sunday, I'm not in here. I'm very excited. Okay, what next week about weather and incentives? Well, you guys have flowers on your faucets, and you're getting home and starting for it, and you're having one of those. Right. Do that anymore, right? But there's still, I don't think it's the outdoors. Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And the quality. I
And the-
probably
So that would be.
Play, my father down there, and they had that big winter, they had like, but you could shut the, so having sort of, and there was snow in there. Cause they had a brand new house, but like, it was down there too, number one, it wasn't. It wasn't sealed or something, but, you know, you also have houses that are not. Like they are, you know, so everything's fixed for freezing, even if you left them dripping, they were freezing, they would just start built to keep them warm.
And some of the pretty much we're getting. People around, speaking, you know, my son had a big first grade-
So there's a whole process here. I mean, there is staff.
And then. It becomes.
Yeah.
That's all. Like, right, right.
Yeah.
You need a communication. Get ready for it. Yes, or some route has been. Nobody's shocked. No route, never gonna stand, like, yeah, it's still gonna be like. That means that my first car was a year and a half, year old drive, and it's gonna be great.
Yeah.
We've got. How long is it?
I guess it depends on where it's coming from. Because it's gonna be, you know, the staff is gotta just come to the way. Staff member is person versus. Staff members is between them. We don't have to involve them in the for staff, but it's not just that. It should be very, because like, say we have so many persons.
Here that.
Something like a 90 and maybe. Oh, God. You know what I mean? Like you, yeah.
I'm not worried about that. It's the problem, you know, making sure that it's the mayor. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
I thought funny video of who was in the Parkville, and immediately the house in that. I mean,
What degrees in there? Like when it comes to me, it's where.
But I think they're getting professional is typically when it happens, it's somebody that. It's not.
oh, well, I mean, I'm not, okay, so I don't think so. I was going to, but I just don't. Babies, you know. Yeah.
Or where you think you need.
So I'm honestly.
Probably, yeah. No, it's usually are gonna get to that place, and I think we're already there where we actually don't want to be.
Sorry, you didn't talk close.
Yeah.
All that, right, is so agreement to make on how we're gonna meet.
I mean, it was really is. Even big problems, so.
Some are like.
Yeah.
Not at all, but you know, I'm still on
I'm black, clearly the difference. Yeah. Are you serious? I'm gonna do it. Rick,
Well, I just want something thoughtful, right, like the eating over referencing, actually, with on topics that I actually really needed to know. I had to be from. Work that I need.
okay, yeah, there's.
There's also.
Yes.
Are you going to start?
Girls. Well, that's the hardest thing. You know.
mean.
Well, I didn't really know, but you're basically getting multiple returns. You know,
Yeah.
I'll have the recommendation for the S. Kind of taking that two in the box.
But still, I can get.
I want to be your committee and we're doing
So if something falls in my brain. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
There's some context that's not being spoken.
Yes. That'd be. You can grab on.
Yeah. We have a lot of.
Or anywhere in town, it's like fresh out of it. Just school, it's like that, they fair, whatever. And you sit there.
Yeah.
Share that or you really want to share all of them and when it's out. Yeah. That's good. That's what you're seeing.
I may get a maybe. I never wanted it. Maybe it could, but I just.
Well, if I'm not there, people watch.
Especially for the topic you need.
Yeah.
So maybe they value.
Oh, yeah. Right? Then we also
Oh. Well, the magnitude.
I decided, I didn't learn that.
And again, I would expect the mayor, this would be the one to step in.
Yeah.
Nothing else, but we sounded word, you know, presenting our
Yeah.
I mean, the actually the.
I mean, it's not the staff, to some extent, but it's, I wanted to call it out.
I would like to call this. Not to stop.
Yeah,
It should be a.
yep. Yeah, and that's when.
And then, yeah, like, staff doesn't need to be involved. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody should.
Because I think that was.
That's probably not bad. So we should have that in every drama.
Small town, big town.
We're not wondering, you know, like that, like, neighborhood, it's there, which means that I discuss this stuff and if they work at the. Don't go over to- yeah. Like, if I'm speaking to people, it's, you know,
Basically, I mean, I think that unfortunately. People's guessing what we're doing and what bikes are doing, like, then they just jump on it, like, I think it's true, and they're hearing. This is like completely opposite. So it's not
yeah, well, and then the other, and then I usually split off into another group, and this helps, oh, it's like, this concentration of the people that stuff the other one.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's it. I hope.
Follow the rules, follow the process, if you have a gap in process, define process. It's so fun. I mean, I think the nice thing is we're obviously. Organizations that are structurally rigid, that it's like really hard to kind of having enough agility or flexibility. Getting as much as possible within the framework. To avoid.
Right. So it's like, yeah. Here.
Well, I think the other thing is I go to any council member who's different expertise areas and those different interests. That obviously got often comes around and you see drive, like, your question, but I know there's like, you know, like, oh, I forget, oh, because I think I don't know, by the department, I feel like, well, that's usually good. But I also not really want to request it. Whereas, you know, constantly, I need to every issue I was ever on. Whatever it is, and I can go to the ways of questions, and then it, I think you're saying creates an environment that then feeds the next question, you're like, oh, and then, and I think that's the other part of it. So many things we said are honest, but be respectful, and, I mean, I always did it all, so it's like. You just do that, and I do that, because then just get rid of it, take care of it, we'll go after it.
I would ask. Pretty much everyone worried about this kind of something.
That says. Often else, you know, it's not followed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Get some vitamin D out there.
Yeah.
All right, let's start doing the dog ready to back. Ball hammer. Ball hammer.
Okay, let's do it. Let's start over at this side, come on down.
We're walking. I just went and bought it, because I was like, you know, I can bring my.
Make sure that your PCL is appropriate, that's your blood sugar levels. It's by chocolate. It's important because as you sugar crash afterwards, let's keep eating enough of this. So
Okay, we have everyone, you have me to go?
yes.
All right, we have communication. Biggest challenges right now, communication, they can come off emotional, in general. And that can be verbal or written. Sometimes they're overcomplicated. During meetings, I think this is more of an in-person one, there can be a lack, but I guess it could happen when you're reading an email, if you respond like 2 seconds after it's said, lack of active listening. Lack of knowledge of different communication styles. I thought just to elaborate on that one a little bit, you know, not everyone's verbal. Some have to learn by doing stuff. I kind of joke because I'm making hand gestures right now where I'm like, when I'm on the phone with one of you, I'm going like this with my other hand. And I feel like that helps communicate something. But just if we know that about each other, then you know to not like get too verbal with somebody who really needs to see it drawn out to understand it. So guidelines, we thought, ask clarifying questions is really important before you just assume someone's asking something because they must think this. Let's ask a clarifying question, make sure you understand what they're asking, and then just answer it, maybe. That's a thought. But listen to understand. So don't try to think of your reply or start to reply before you've really given someone a chance to complete their thought. Assume best intentions, that is a recurring theme, and that just means maybe if you have any question about an intention, just ask, clarify what they're asking, you know, just don't assume. Be succinct. To start simple, you can always move toward more complex. Again, I think this goes back to having different communication styles. If you immediately go super complicated, you might have already lost somebody before you would start. So you can always start a little smaller, keep it as simple as possible. Our flow chart, thanks to Rick, we did add one arrow that I really wanted. Ask, understand, clarify, and respond, but you just never know what's gonna pop up. So you might get to that point and then, oh, you know, like we try our best to ask questions before meetings or leading up to, but something just pops in my brain during a meeting, you know, and it's gonna happen. So maybe we need to clarify another question and work through before we finally get to that response. Anyways. Did you want to add anything?
I mean, I like that. I mean, the one thing I was gonna say is the knowledge of different communication styles. I mean, that's an interesting one. There's both in terms of how people communicate. There's also the level of information that people need to make a decision. And I think the third piece in terms of, is from a temporal perspective, how people make decisions. Like some people can make it in the moment. You told me I'm ready to go. It's a challenge because we're biased to action in council. But some people need the next council to think about it. And so that's, I would just add to both the communication style and in terms of how people process that communication of information.
Could I suggest a guideline to what Ron's talking about is, each person can take ownership to ask for what you need. Right, because if you don't ask for what you need, you're not gonna get it. Now, you may have to make a decision in the moment because it's something that's time sensitive. But you could say each person asks for what they need relative to time, relative to content, relative to back and forth engagement. I tell this to a lot of students in terms of, you know, you're gonna be asked to perform based on what I teach you. And if you're a person who needs to solidify information 24 hours before we go live, you need to let everybody know. Right?
I would say the result of the inverse, and that's each person identifying what they don't need. Because sometimes a lot of work happens when everybody doesn't need that level of detail. And so that's really important in managing and finite resources.
Good point. Excellent. You guys cool with this? Good agreements? All right, well, very nice. Over here, let's look at this is decision making. I got two pages.
That's why nobody drives you there.
You know, maybe some of it has been worked out elsewhere, and this is just our data. We did our
some of the challenges, procrastination, you have time constraints. Not having the appropriate level of amount of information in the right, in advance or in the time frame you might need it. Analysis paralysis, lack of consistency, turnover, not identifying the decision points. And not understanding what our options are, or maybe it becomes too late to explore options. Guidelines, set expectations, templates for information, and the timeline, and what we need to make the decision. Timeline for decision making process, where sometimes you say, where's our drop dead date? Work backwards. How soon do we need to start with facility? But yeah, make time to explore options, communications of pros, cons, and risks of not just the preferred option, but kind of do that for other possible options. And then setting up checkpoints so that if there's some, like the example, if there was some hesitancy on a decision, there would be an agreement to come back with a checkpoint. That it could give comfort in making a decision saying, yes, we will move forward, but we need to have a checkpoint. So it doesn't go all the way to fully baked before we hear about it. So this, yes, the whole thing, and so there can be some comfort in knowing we will come back with a checkpoint. We're telling you to move forward with a checkpoint.
How often are your council? Twice a month. Twice a month. So I'm gonna advocate for council for just a second. So hear me out on this. One of the challenges of a strong mayor-led government, and this is not directed at the city of Duvall, one of the challenges inherent with a strong mayor government is by nature of the way the city is set up. And not all cities are the same, right? But by the nature of the way a city is set up, in a strong mayor form of government, what you have is you have a lot more communication between the mayor and staff, just by nature of that. And I think you've had that on steroids the last 4 years, right? Just because you haven't had somebody in this role. What that can lead to is by the time something goes to council, it can feel like a fait accompli. It can feel like staff and the mayor are now in agreement on something, and now we're going to council just to bless it, right? So council can feel frustrated. It's like, wait a minute, our job is to evaluate and make decisions. So one of the things you'll want to grapple with is how do you avoid that? Because it's the very strength of mayor-led government or the strong mayor government is that you have the ability to actually move more quickly than other forms of government. Because you have clear roles and responsibilities that you don't get in other structures. But one of the dangers is that council can frankly get very upset about the fact that they don't feel like they have a voice, or they feel like if they disagree with something, that staff's gonna be mad. The staff's gonna feel like this is a terrible thing, whatever, because it now gets personal. So in the decision making that this team is looking for, I think that first bullet is really important, which is to say set expectations, templates for information timeline for decision making, and really understand what's the role of council in this decision, and have we allocated enough time for council to weigh in, so it doesn't feel like a fait accompli. And I think part of it is assumed best intent and things like that. But I think you're going to want to be really crystal clear on that. Because otherwise that opens the door for a lot of hurt feelings and lets you deal with that. Does that make sense?
It does. Let me add something to that too. Our students with our council, different council members feel comfortable with different levels of information. That's just human being, right? Nothing wrong with that. But as a staff is trying to do exactly what you say, frankly, they got to keep that in mind. Some of us are happy with kind of a high level view. Some of us want more detail, and there's not a consistent view from the council. For that. So that's one difference that has to be built.
Absolutely. And human nature is, and this is where this communicator style comes up. Human nature is when people feel like they didn't get to have an adequate voice or did something. That's when you start to see what we call untoward behavior. And it could be someone just getting really silent. It could be someone trying to work around a system. It could be someone, lashing out. There's all sorts of ways in which we exhibit it, but it's all a sign of, I'm not getting my needs met. I'm not feeling listened to, I'm not feeling engaged, and I'm frustrated. So the challenge for, I think, council and staff is, how do you open the tent for voices at the appropriate time and still enable the work of government to move forward? Because staff still has got to get the work done, right?
I was gonna say, there's kind of a nuance as well as setting expectations and what have you. And I think and making sure folks have enough information and time for decisions, because there are a lot of routine administrative decisions that literally just need a council checkbox. And that deals with a lot of operations, it deals with hiring and those types of things. So I think one of the things that's really important to know is making sure that our code and our policies are in line with our council form of government, and don't blur the lines of council management. Because that often is where a lot of conflict occurs, is in things that should be strictly administrative decision-making processes after the budget. And the legislative body getting involved with defining roles and responsibilities of employees and things like that. And so I know there's been frustration by some about, they want to read the job description and define the job description. That's actually not the council responsibility and their council form of government. And so making sure that those lines are clear, I think, can also help with that expectation setting, and also understanding of what's routine representative and what's concessions, routine representative versus those things that really need the council to be more than just
Yeah, to that end, I think y'all talked about in the earlier session the need for some form of orientation, right? Because I put money on, myself included, that if we were to look at different forms of city government and we were to take the quiz like we do the Sunday morning Times quiz or Saturday morning Times quiz, I don't know that they're going to be that perfect score on what's the role of council, what's the role of staff, what's the role of mayor, what's the role of the city administrator. So it might be good to have a future session to say, okay, these are the things that, this is what strong mayor form of government looks like, right? This is what this looks like. These are the rules of engagement, right? And you should get an objective source for that, right? And just maybe do a reorientation for everybody, especially for council members who are new. And then articulate, all right, what are the things that, unless the wheels are falling off the bus, these are the council, it's council is informed and formality approval. And then these are the things that we really get our teeth into. And those are the things that we need to make sure they have enough, the council members have enough time to study. That I think you said it very well, Jennifer, on the list. It's getting enough information and at the right time to read the information. Because I would tell you, as an outsider looking in, you have council members, from what I can tell, who really want to be actively engaged, and I get a sense that you really need things. And let me tell you, having served in government a long time, that is a gift. So you need a gift to your city, but we got to make sure they get enough of it. So would that make sense to make one of our, so when Keith is tracking our priorities, just make that a priority for, a 90-day horizon to say, let's reorient around this form of government, what that means. Would that be useful to get?
Just to kind of add into this as well from the staff perspective, one of the things we talked about this internally on the council is we only have 2 meetings a month, right? And we have workflow sometimes where we have a lot more work than we can actually accomplish in those 2 meetings. I think you're really have to think about potentially having a third meeting, a month to go through those. I think, also, and there's, we don't really know where our committees are gonna look like, but I think, like ad hocs and some of those things, whether it's clean ad hoc work, are gonna be really important to try and flesh out some of those early issues or green light, yellow light, red light, right? Because I don't think anybody in this room wants me to come to council with 300 pages of document, right? If I would take up the entire, but
well, and I would also suggest that when you do this sort of information and reset is what's the work of the committee and what comes to council, right? Because you don't want to do in council meetings the work that should have been done in committee. As committee is a subset of council with staff to do the work of let's dig into this issue. And you guys trust each other. It should be, the committee should be able to make a recommendation for council to streamline meetings. But don't you also have the ability to call a special session?
Yeah.
So you might have one of the standing agenda items is, maybe I don't know, a day of the week can be Tuesdays or Thursdays. Tuesdays, you might have a potential special session Tuesday.
I think the hard part there is having forms, we're having trouble with attendance. And it's, we've got some folks with some very different jobs, we have an early. And so it can be difficult, but I think, I think that council also needs to trust each other enough that they can have a 4-member special work session and trust the recommendations that their other 4 council members made to the city's goal. Would be really helpful in, I think, improving efficiencies. And everybody needs to be at the table, but you don't have to be at the table all the time if you have good working relationships and trust with the rest of your members.
Yeah, I was gonna actually, you can sort of take that, I mentioned race even when we're working, that's part of what you were talking about, because there's, consult, advise, inform, which, as long as that transparency thing, you have awareness. I think it's both trusting, but the next level is like, we should really, or at least in my view, I view the folks in the finance council, for example, or committee, who are more savvy than I am, more engaged than I am. Not just to trust them, but I'm viewing them as a proxy for me in that meeting. So, that's a little more formalized, but unless I have just something really that I'm concerned about, which I should feel comfortable asking, I'm sort of by default relying on. And so I just want to reinforce that the mayor says, I think one, from a time management perspective, we're all spread thin, and I at least would prefer to, avoid. I know that we have these extra meetings, but these are obviously not our only commitments. But also, being able to leverage those folks that do have more time, more interest, more passion around an area that they can really dig into at a level that I can invest.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, that's really how I see the committee, not with the committee, fully make something, bring forward, but here's the recommendation, would be that the committee could be the chance where a subject and dug into it at a depth that you can identify sub decisions within a decision. Because a lot of times we make complex decisions, right? And identifying those pieces and having enough information to say, here's kind of the decision. So the budget is huge. Where are the areas that we have discretion on that really are legislative priority type decisions? How to find those, make sure there's enough information so that by the time it comes to council, it's not just we recommend this, it's, here's some areas we would like to hear feedback in, try to provide enough information at a higher level for that decision.
And you get it. You've kind of done the vetting exercise in terms of identifying the questions maybe that we want to dig into.
Right, and committees might not get it right every time, and there's always be room for someone who's not on a committee to say, hey, did you think about that? And you're like, oh, well, we didn't, let's dig into that. I think one thing that we talked about recently is, with so many new council members, there is a benefit of having some of the newer council members hear some of those committee level decisions as an orientation. Kind of like how Cynthia, you said, there's going to be things that I'm not going to need to be in, but I'm learning right now. So maybe there is benefit for you having them to this point. And I don't know how everyone else feels that could be. I'm not really sure exactly where we're at. And, Rick has said, I sometimes don't need that level of detail, but, just trying to serve all the council members and what they need and how much they want to learn.
And I'm not going to recommend that you have a session where you sit down and you talk about those, because you got to figure out what's the work of the committee. Because, candidly, does anybody want to sit on the committee that you just got to go through the same thing again? In council, hang out, and what's the purpose of a council meeting? And what are the timelines? So how do you serve all of those? I think it might be really good to get your heads around it. We'll do a little bit of that today, but that's sort of beyond where we're going. But I think really understanding how do each of these contexts function in city government. And then bluntly, again, outside of looking at it, if you've got a quorum issue, that is one of the single biggest predictors of failure in city government. If council or plan commission cannot achieve quorum, if that is your mechanism for decision making, that is huge. Huge. So we may want to discuss that as a key priority.
One thing I think we brought up, well, the timeline shows up on this thing like a million different times. And I think the reason why is it kind of speaks to all the things we're talking about here, where we know, hey, look, this is the deal, this is what it is. You've got 2 weeks to kind of figure this out. The next session, we're going to talk about it, and after that, contractors are gone, whatever it is, it's a point of failure at that point. But now we actually have some fire under it, and that actually might help with the forum problem, because we know the council are like, this is this is not my situation, which I know, of course, everyone should be here all the time, but you know what I'm getting at, the driver. It's also a driver for us to actually have a special session and be like, okay, hey, look, there's not enough time in this meeting to talk about it. Let's all meet on the 2 days in between and actually have a discussion option, which is what I've said in a couple of meetings. There is some kind of discussion in our regular council meeting, some of the things that did more nuanced, that we have more information, more information than I know. You know, I would be more myself. I'd be more if I know 2 weeks out, there's a big decision point. Then we gotta hustle. But if it's all kind of, who knows, and everything has the same level of priority, goes back to our 2 action items, everything's an emergency now.
Right.
So if we know time limits, that helps. I mean, educating on time and time.
Good point. Right, so Jennifer, I'm sorry, oh, yeah.
Is there one more thing?
I was gonna say, I think we as a council can make better use of other things. I think we all agree with that, you know, as far as committees making very specific recommendations, as far as, you know, even, you know, committees, like the mayor said, you know, possibly having 4 council member committee meeting and have them, if they're unanimous, well, that decision's kind of been made. We have to trust them. And there's certain things, you know, for me, there's certain things I'm very interested in, and certain things I'm very not interested in. I'm perfectly happy to let other council members delve into it, so other things that I'm not interested.
I think that's a good point, Rick, and you're gonna have to give the agencies to the full council.
Yeah.
Council, which means if the decision's being made in committee, council deserves to know about it.
Yes,
Right? To
yes.
delegate. So you can't just suddenly have a quorum and say, we're gonna make a decision, right?
And I also think, when it's not on there, as long as the decision's made, it's final. And then we move on. So if you have a board where you go, decisions made, move forward, don't revisit the issue.
Okay, is that a fair agreement?
I think it does depend, because we did talk about, you know, setting up checkpoints to where we authorize to a certain level, check back in. So it doesn't mean, I mean, I can't remember, I think you brought up, one of the remodel projects. It started out with a approved budget for like $600 and something $1,000. And by the time we saw it again, it's a much larger project and it's much further down. And so like if we make a decision, there needs to be a checkpoint, especially if suddenly you realize there's some big changes.
Yeah, there's two separate issues. No, I totally agree with you. Two separate issues. I just want to make sure. There's a checkpoint, so there's a milestone checkpoint in our project, is where we are on our scope schedule, but it's a lot of what you're dealing with capital projects, right? Okay, where are we, what's the status? That's very different from revisiting the decision, do we remodel? Right, so.
Well, if the project ends up being 5 times more expensive than what we approved to move forward on, I think you could come to a decision. We need to change the scale, or maybe we pull back. This is,
But that's
so
a new,
much
yeah,
different.
but that's a new decision. So it's a new decision. So if you do, I think there's, what I'm hearing the mayor say is you gotta have some confidence that the council and staff has to have the confidence that when you guys make a decision, it's a decision. Right? Okay, we're not going back, we're not going to politic it. I'm not going to go to Dan and say, okay, finance director, that money that you allocated. Yeah. Okay, that's, you don't politic a decision to make. However, what you're saying is in addition to, there are checkpoints that enable the council to identify when you do need to revisit a decision because the conditions of satisfaction have changed.
Well, it speaks to our part.
I was gonna just say, and I wouldn't actually give you checkpoints, but I'm very big on sort of exception-based meetings. I wouldn't necessarily say, because oftentimes the checkpoint wouldn't add value. I think it's like, but if you set a criteria, if we have, and it may not be a percentage, it may be a fixed dollar value, because you could have a big percentage but small value. Defining that as part of the decision. If there is a change in the budget of more than X dollars or X percent, then, bring it back to the council. And that way, we're not building in mechanisms that don't add value.
And I would add to that a little bit, and that is especially when you're dealing with capital projects. You're waiting for information from different consultants and vendors and what have you. And you may not have the information until later on, because there's all of this work that goes on. We're seeing with our PDA wastewater treatment remodel, prices have gone up significantly, and multiple issues in our buildings we didn't know previously have been identified, that raising the cost in addition to inflation and everything else. And so some of those things you don't get on a timely basis, and administration is not getting them on a timely basis. We can't bring a check. And so I know Steve in particular in capital projects is really good at bringing new information forward when he gets it. One of our challenges has been getting enough information to actually bring forward and getting accurate information. Because it's just as important to have the information as it is to have actually more to have accurate information. And that's a nuance, but there has to be some flexibility in understanding that as well. We've got a government facilities analysis that's overdue at this point. We should have had it a while ago, but we've been getting checkpoints. What's the status? So we have been getting updates all along at council. And so I think, you look at, I think it also depends on the type of project. So city hall scoping and building a city hall, you're going to have a big long time. And there are going to be tons of checks. I think part of it is, to Ron's point, is it exception based or is it regular based? I think it's going to depend on the project.
Well, and again, it goes back to the agreement that folks have. The very first one that says, let's set expectations templates for information, timely for decision making and application. And you set that from go. But I also think it's important. I would advocate strongly adding a bullet at the end. I just want to make sure that we're respectful of what everybody has brought up. And the last one is create decisions that stick, which is what I'm hearing. And that those aren't mutually exclusive. I just want to make sure you get all of the information down. Are you guys comfortable with that? About creating, what I'm hearing is you're going to, for major decisions, you're going to create a process. Say this is what this looks like. You're going to set up whether it's checkpoints or criteria for decision making that enables staff to get your work done, right? And not getting conflicting direction. But you're also going to make sure when you do have a decision that people aren't saying, well, I'm going to take my choice and go home, or I'm going to try to change the decision. Would that be fair?
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, I think as we start to address some of the challenges that will lead back. Yeah.
Yeah, we are slow. I mean, it's not perfect, but we just, on the fly with time. So first you identify what type of decision. Is it legislative, which is really like on the line, or is it just, could it be a kind of, is it sort of routine, but there's a piece of it that's legislative? It really depends on the flow. It might be if it's so routine. It's just for that. You don't need to set up this. Yeah. Okay. Identify the timeline for decision, and a lot of that is so that you can work backwards and make sure you build in enough time to go through the process. So then, maybe right at the beginning, once you kind of identify this, introduce it to council with a broad overview, kind of maybe get some initial feedback. Is this something that we really want to continue to dive into? Maybe, I don't know. Do we have a process for public engagement? Some things are big enough decisions that we want to build in public engagement. And then just once again, timeline for decision making. How are we going to get all of this stuff done to make the decision? And then once again, what information is needed. Sometimes you will know that right up at the front. And then, staff goes to work, right? They're getting information, they're coming up with options, maybe evaluating some broad options that people are curious about. Then they come back to council, they're bringing the information, options, they're answering questions, maybe we're getting feedback, and then we make sure we have discussion. And then we make the decision.
And sometimes within the decision, there might be a timeline or an expectation for checkpoint. I think that was a good point, but it might not just be a specific, we will do this, it'll be their ranking criteria. Looks like it's gonna be, 50% more than we said, or maybe you'll say, hey, bring it up at 50% design, so we can take a feedback and give some feedback. So you kind of set the criteria, that you want, and then when it's done, you evaluate the results, if we meet the intent of our decision, if we want it to, and just, lessons learned, or maybe little. Yeah, you kind of request, evaluate, decision, and, you could circle here a little tiny bit, get the decision, and then always evaluate.
Could I suggest perhaps to add based on the share?
Yeah.
One is, between steps 3 and 4, you may want to have scoping of the information. I'm looking at Cynthia, it is really her job, so that staff doesn't spin.
Yeah.
That you've got essentially an information manager, project manager here to help allocate what goes on. And someone who can advocate for both sides.
Yeah, and I went back on Friday, because I was kind of trying to find something that added value, but my brain was a little fried. And I went back and read 2 years of the state administrator updates to council. It's on the agenda, I think, every meeting. And it really has varied all over the place about what is on that agenda. And I want it to be a productive use of your time. And thinking about how I can use that space on council agenda to do some of this work.
The second thing I might suggest is,
Let me kind of say this, I feel like I got started the city administration, and city administrator,
information scoping.
okay.
It's like, so, you don't want to have a blank list of everything that council might want to make a decision. If somebody's gonna have to vet that for you so that you don't, that staff doesn't come away from council meeting going, call the kids, I'm not coming out.
Right.
Yeah.
I would say, super quick, to the mayor earlier, like, that first step should in some level take care of what you were talking about. Is this routine, but I think from a council perspective, I was sort of thinking my own, I'd rather know right now, hey, these 10 things is like green light, red light, do this, so that we can actually get into the weeds of what's actually important, and if we can establish that up front.
So we could probably actually do that with some of the budget decision making, because there are things that it's literally. This is routine.
Right.
You either fund it or we don't, or you cut the funding level. Are you okay with this level of funding? So that might be a testing place from that big policy document. Like some can't do with everything, but there are probably some really routine things like, storm and other funds that we can. They are routine. You need to evaluate budget, but they're not likely to change much. And so is it gonna, are you gonna spend hours discussing $5,000? Or are you gonna move on to the harder decisions?
And when time being such a serious issue, having everybody's playing, like it would be helpful to understand.
Yeah.
Where we really need to be.
And we can actually, so one of the things I liked about the identity type of decision or identified type of decision is we can do that on the agenda. And we can add another section that says legislative, need for legislative discussion, routine, or both. And identify those factors and put drop down boxes in our agenda bills so that you can see that. And then the other thing is, some of the timelines, those are easy to add to the agenda. We know that that's what's needed. That's simple to add, and it'll also help keep our.
So the consent, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that serving the same purpose with routine decision making?
Not necessarily, because there are things that council doesn't necessarily want on the consent agenda that are routine, that they want to take the vote on separately. So, council that could help if council decides, council can decide all routine business goes on the consent agenda. That could be, fees, it could be resolutions. That's a council decision on how you want to manage that legislatively, but you could do that if you want. So you could make all those routine things consent agenda. Then it's council matter to go off the consent if somebody wants to have discussion.
Yeah.
But that could be a way to.
But like default, I say put them on the consent agenda, we can always take them off.
That may be something you need to establish in council.
Yeah.
Okay.
criteria that identifies my position, and maybe that. Obviously, council could decide there are other, but identify those decision points, whereas 95% of the budget is routine. It's just, you know, we're continuing the program, this is, but there are some decision points within the budget. And any help that we can get from staff to say, we think these are the likely decision points within, you know, the budgets. Let's say a more moderate size. So there often can be some decisions where these are the areas that we really need legislative feedback on. But you've already identified that ahead of time. These are going to be the issues we really need to hear from you on. And so identifying those ahead of time, because I think that that's maybe what you were saying is that it's been difficult to know, like, this is so much information, what do you need my feedback on, right? Like, what's the important thing that we should be
Yeah, or what
thinking on getting be asked to divide? Yeah.
what merits a greater conversation, what do we actually are going to discuss versus what head down the road, totally the wrong direction, you know, that's.
So I think the other thing you might want to consider, you might want to consider two other things. So one is identifying the cost of a change in position. Yes. And what I mean by that is I spent half a role in design and construction. Right. So we had an unprecedented escalation in the marketplace, right? But if council delays a month on making a decision about a changer for the mechanical system, that cost $100,000. So you're always going to have to balance the need for information and need for speed in this market right now, or we don't like our designer because it's costing too much to fire. I mean, the cost of that decision. The other thing I might suggest is that you consider as a group, how are you going to deal with the lack of quorum issues? Because for instance, if I don't show up for a meeting, for even this good reason, I have a problem with my job. It's one of the reasons I'm no longer a planning commissioner, because I have a problem with my job. I just can't do it anymore. I still have to agree to support the decisions made because I wasn't there. And I don't know if you have that kind of agreement, but by not being at a meeting, do you abdicate your ability to weigh in or to disagree with the decision? I can't make that one for you, but I think you gotta discuss it if you have issue. We may.
Yeah.
Just turn it out.
And I think, you know, when I was on council, one of the things we used to do is if somebody said, like, I would miss council for an AWC conference or something like that, if there was something important on the agenda. I would share my feedback with the council member, and council member would share it on the meeting. So your voice gets heard, you don't get to have a discussion, but your opinion gets heard and it's on the record. And council understands where you're coming from. And so that's another option, like, because we have, you know, folks traveling, or, you know, work deadlines and what have you. And these are some of our really committed folks, so it's not like they don't want to be here. But there's other ways of getting that discussion point or your thoughts and some of those critical decisions into the public record.
We can have a word on that thing.
I mean, we don't have any of our those cases.
I mean, maybe we get a minimum.
We haven't had a problem with, you know, as long as we have that minimum before. We haven't had a problem with council members being upset, like they know when they can't be there, and it's kind of like, well, I didn't write this, so I couldn't be there, so I haven't heard anyone be upset about this. And part of it is we don't have a whole right now there, we've had not a whole council for most of this year. Yeah, and that's hard to get from.
So here's a process question. Where would my vote answer? Is there any process we have for voting in absence, like, that we can do for that?
To get proxy.
No,
Yeah,
you can't do that.
yeah.
No, you can vote remote, you can be on hybrid.
It can be hybrid, understood.
You can never do
It has to
that.
be blocked. You have to be
Yeah.
live. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought.
And no, because before we went to hybrid and virtual meetings too, actually Jennifer, a couple of times was on vacation and called in person. Conversation.
Yeah.
So that is an option for those as well. But if they don't feel the need for this conversation, the council knows where they're coming from. It's probably not.
Good discussion, well done.
I just wanted to say, I feel like our agenda bills could be a lot more detailed. We have pretty sparse agenda bills compared to the other ones I've seen, and just
summarizing some of the stuff. I mean, the way that we communicate, we can have meetings, but we can also just prepare better agenda bills and share more information, be more thorough, anticipate questions, and probably, things could get done a lot quicker. Like, I feel like you kind of have analysis paralysis sometimes, and things just kind of languish in the committees. And it's like, just take it, a really good and thorough agenda bill, present it to the full council, flesh out those important questions that you all were talking about, and get it done. And not have language for years in a committee.
Jennifer, what were you saying? Oh, I was trying to remember if we got, I think you go over the all the way again. Yeah, I added this down at the bottom. I was reading the date. And her.
Good, great discussion, very productive. Well done.
Okay, and last but certainly not least, we have dispute resolution. I don't believe that arm wrestling like is inappropriate.
So this is challenging because there are like 5 or 6 different opportunities for dispute that don't apply always to every situation. So we try to include something for every type of dispute. So challenges, no framework or agreement on ending debate and dispute. Enforcement of the agreements that exist is lax. Swim lanes for participants in disputes are blurred. Things become personal. Lack of a de-escalation framework, finite resources, impatience, trust issues, delay and letting things fester, and difficulty with addressing things at the lowest possible level for the challenges that we identified. Some guidelines that might help solve these challenges, regular check-ins with each other, and this was brought up not really amongst staff, because we, at work, we kind of have a system for regular check-ins, but with each other, council to council, council to mayor, and probably actually some organized, method, whatever you all feel comfortable with checking in with me. Finalize and implement the council procedures. And maybe some training on that. I did talk to council, they're with council right now. He's hoping to get them back in a week or 2. So getting that work done.
I was gonna say finalize, implement, and I mean, I'm taking implement to the next level and use them, apply the council procedures.
And apply. Creating an agreement on time limit for debate. In the context of debate and dispute, agree to identify areas of agreement. So instead of continuing to cycle on the stuff you disagree about, creating opportunities to maybe take a pause and say, actually 80% of what we're talking about we agree on. Can we table the 20% or bring, you bring the 20% up in our next conversation. Staying in role. Fall back on Robert's rules. So I presume everybody is pretty familiar with Robert's rules, but if the council procedures don't answer the questions about what needs to happen in a council meeting, fall back on Robert's rules.
I think in fact you ought to play Robert's Rules Jeopardy.
Yes.
Oh, well, we need some Jurassic Parliament training first, then I think that would be great.
Totally.
Yes.
I do that with free.
I took you up on that. Yeah, exactly. I heard that. It's done. Attempts to reframe and reset in positive ways, and commitment to limit scope creep in disputes.
What do you guys think? Okay, do you have something there about not taking it personally?
We have that as a challenge.
Yeah, we have that as a challenge, but yeah,
Depersonalizing.
depersonalizing.
Yeah, depersonalizing, and also see today's meetings operating agreements. If you agree to those things in disputes, if you move those, be open, be an active listener,
what is it? Non-reactive, be respectful, if you do all those. Future is so much easier. Okay.
Um,
Okay.
oh, okay.
Good.
And then we tried to process, well, there were like, here's, 6 or 7 ways that this topic applies to all of us here. So the staff to staff and staff to mayor process is a little easier because it's in the context of like good HR procedure. Employees should go to their supervisor, lowest level possible. If they can't, they should jump to manager, city administrator. If the issue is me, you should go to council, or you should go to the mayor. So, yeah. Council with staff and council with staff and staff to council. The employer, the council member should go to the city administrator. And then a city administrator would take the opportunity to advise the mayor and have that discussion about how to manage the situation. One thing that we really want to call out is council to city administrator issues or vice versa. That the council member should go to the mayor, but not to staff. Really being thoughtful about not having staff embroiled in political issues. So it's like it. Okay. And then council and mayor, really this comes back to follow the agreed procedures, follow the council guidelines, follow Robert's rules, follow the agreements that we made here today, and the guidelines that we've talked about in all of these sessions.
And then just one I would add, which we didn't actually get to, but just sort of as a potential good rule of thumb, I think the mayor talked about it indirectly is, for any bilateral dispute where there's 2 parties, could be within 2 council members, mayor and council, it's always helpful to have a 3rd person. So whether that is a formal, someone acting in the moderator role, another person, a neutral arbiter, or just observer, because people behave better. Well, I mean, as a rule of thumb, when there's somebody else there observing them, so just don't think it's.
I was going to really recommend a resource that I provided to Sarah and to Mayor Pro Tem. Is there's a nonprofit in the state of Washington called the Center for Dispute Resolution, and I used them at the city of Olympia. They are amazing. It's very inexpensive. They're a nonprofit. They'll come in and do training with councils. In a couple cases, in other councils, a couple of council members have gone and worked with the Center for Dispute Resolution. They're really fabulous people. I don't advocate for groups very often, but I would say, even as someone who mediates for a living, they're my go-to. They're that good. So
Yeah, they do a really nice job.
Yeah.
I've used them a lot.
They could be your phone friend if you need a moderator. As I said, it's very responsive use of city budget. Because they're very inexpensive and they're very good and very responsive. And I did send, I believe, Amy, I sent you the Thurston County or the Thurston County referred you guys up to Snohomish County, I think. I can't remember what county they referred you up to one locally, and they said, because I asked them about it, and they said if you don't get what you need from the Snohomish County folks, they'll help you in Thurston County. So they're not geographically specific, oriented.
Yeah, it's really good training. I became a mediator through that group, and I don't do it anymore, but I helped other folks in their mediation, not from my workplace, and they get really good results.
But that could be something as a group you agree that that's your 3rd party that you can, if you say this is a dispute that is harming the city or it's harming relationships. Because you can have a dispute between 2 or more parties that can be toxic to the council, to a city, to a relationship. And candidly, and I'll just communicate my bias is that I just think there's no place for personal conflict in government. And you could make an agreement that you document in the notes that you agree to use, whether it's them or somebody else have a 3rd party to get it resolved. What do you think? I like it. Good. Okay, what do you think? Good job. Okay, yes.
All right, if we have time, can I go back to one?
Oh, please.
Over here, that was the issue of sticking to decisions. It wasn't clear to me when a committee meets, it was kind of clear now, well, the committee makes the decision, then the council has to buy.
Committees
No.
don't make they may make a recommendation or give a.
Committee,
Yeah.
even if we have a forum.
Some cities do that, some committees to where a committee can make a decision that are built that way, but ours is not.
Our committees right now are a max of 3 council members, so there's not, yeah.
And you do have, this is where I think some good training for your council and new council members would be a good idea. Because you can't, for instance, have a serial meeting. The state is really clear about a serial meeting where the 3 of us get together, if I were a council member. And then I really want to leave Mike in. So then I have a side meeting with Mike, and then I come back to the 3 of us. That is considered a forum.
That applies to email as well, which is why we don't discuss things in email, because the more people that get at it, the become better.
Yeah. Okay, well, here's what I like to do. I'd like to take a 5-minute stretch break. We're on the home stretch for this retreat. And when we come back, we're going to identify the top 5 takeaways from today that become priorities for moving this organization forward into the new year. It's going to inform your 23 planning, right? Because I know you're going to go back into council retreat and January, right? Yeah, and that's going to be your priority set for years. And we're going to take 5 takeaways from this event. It says we're asking council to address those for 23. Okay, take 5 of this.
Okay, come back. So, I don't feel it.
Little sleepy.
Well, sleeping, it's Saturday afternoon, it's a pretty day out, and, okay, have some more chocolate, if you need more. So, you know, I was having this discussions at the break, and it seems like, if I could recommend a priority. I do think you need to figure out this January planning, you know, what it looks like, and how the council sets your priorities as a team, right? And how you communicate those to staff. Because it sounds like where you're having some disagreements is around what's the role of council, what's the role of staff, what's the role of the committee, what's the role of the mayor, right? And how do you close the loop? And because it sounds like some are unclear about what that relationship looks like, you can get frustrated, right? Because I'm not feeling heard, or I'm not feeling like my ideas matter, or I want to do something and I can't do it. And that's where I think staff, it sounds like, may have some challenges. So you may just want to make that something you need to do fairly quickly, is to define those things and listen with an open mind and an open ear to make sure that that's really well worked. You say that's true? Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about some priorities, some big takeaways. And then we can take the last few minutes. When we clarify some of that. And the successful retreat is defined by the amount of paper products used. Look at us. All right. So I will say, and I'll say it on the record, we have an office cat. And just so you worry, if you do worry about the sustainability issues of flip chart paper, we actually keep it in the bathroom and I empty the litter box into it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, see, so we don't use plastic bags. So if your flip chart box, you'll land in a cat box.
Awesome.
See?
Great idea.
I was not. No. All right, so let us. Really gonna bother you. What are the big takeaways for you to introduce?
Are we talking about this in general about this retreat?
Yeah, so what are the things that are a priority to you that you really want to focus on as you go into, not to this future, into your planning for next year?
I think we learned.
Well, sorry, it wasn't you. No, I was
I think
thinking my
we
hand.
learned that we can listen to one another.
So a focus on active and respectful listening. Okay. What else?
I was gonna say, real clear, clear identification that we need working ground rules and agreements.
I would say starting to develop communication tools. And kind of test taking them, you know, test driving them to see if they work as intended.
Maybe within that is like the standardized decision-making process we started to work through, that felt like everybody started to get to the place where that felt like there'd be some breathing room as a result of that.
You know, I don't know if this ends up being a priority, but maybe just to take away, that after seeing all the different activities and working groups you put us through, I mean, we all agree on way more than we disagree on, and I think sometimes the message and communication just muddles that. And I think when we hit those challenging and difficult times, we need to remember this, that we all agree on those big vision things, and we just might disagree on how to get there, and that's okay.
And one I mentioned in the group over there, but apply the golden rule. It's something as simple, we're all human, we're all people, treat each other well. And goes into some of the other things we said, trust the intent, but it kind of encapsulates a lot. If we just practice that, everything would go easier.
Okay, and I just want to remind you that the golden rule is not he who has the gold makes the rules. Right? I'm hearing something that I think is really important for this group. I'm hearing that you have incredibly engaged staff, you have incredibly engaged council, you have incredibly engaged mayor. Everybody is keenly intent on wanting to do the right thing for the law. True. Yeah. And I've worked with a lot of different organizations, and I will say I'm really impressed. And Keith came away from the interviews incredibly impressed with what's here. And if your staff behind you are any indication of what we're seeing today, all of these goals you have for the city, those are, you're going to set the world on fire. So well done. The big takeaway that I'm hearing is to make sure that all of these really engaged people, from every council member to the mayor to staff leadership, have a voice. That's what I'm hearing, having a voice in what happens to the city, and to trust that intent. Because I think where you're getting sideways with each other is sometimes people not feeling they have a voice. Because you don't volunteer for something, you don't sign for something, you have a rubber stamp, right? You do it because you want to have a voice. So if you can find opportunities for a reasonable voice in the discussion, it doesn't mean everybody gets their way, but that's what I'm hearing. It's not that people want analysis paralysis, they just want time to be heard. You say that's true? Yes. Okay. What else? Any other big takeaways? Anything staff needs from council that we didn't talk about? Okay. City guinea pig or anything? Did we hear discussion about guinea pigs earlier?
Hopefully my puppy will have puppies in a couple of years. I need to give use a golden retriever at every building.
The other thing for me is just, practicing what we're preaching, putting this stuff into action.
Okay. I have one.
The beanbags.
Pardon?
Stress-free room and beanbags.
There you go. All right, so I would like to write the feedback from next year. Okay, I'll look to the future. Everybody pull out a sticky note. Okay, so I asked you a question at the very beginning. Okay, how do you want residents, stakeholders, visitors to describe city government? Okay, and how do you want city government to describe itself? What if you guys do everything you talked about today? What is the feedback if you do all of this that you're going to get in 1 year? So if we're back together in 2023 and I said, so what's going on here? What's the feedback? What are your residents? What are your constituents saying about this organization? What are we going to hear? Okay.
From the residents or from staff? Or-
Yes.
Okay.
From anybody.
Okay.
Yep. What are you going to hear? So write me a piece of feedback that you think we're going to hear if you do all of this.
Oh, if we do everything. Are we gonna share lunch pictures tonight?
Oh, yes, we'll do that. That'll be the last thing we do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're making postcards. Totally making postcards. This has to go on the council webpage. These photos. Okay, you ready? Okay, we're gonna start here with our chief of police.
If we do all this.
Yeah.
One team, one mission, one goal.
Love it.
The city is well written. Staff are engaged, healthy, respected, and bringing their best selves to work.
The city's effective, communicative, caring, has a solid team, provides great events and plans for the future.
Open, engaging, and transparent, honest and trustworthy.
Usually I have way too many words as planner, but I don't really have one. This could be dysfunctional.
Thanks.
Words.
Robust processes inclusive of many voices led to better outcomes. Everyone feels heard and involved.
That's good listening, I feel like the city is responsive and I understand the direction.
Great support from the city in addressing our concerns.
I had the 3 E's, they are efficient, effective, and engaged.
That town of Duvall is a well taken care of community and a great place to live.
Beautiful. I love it. Round of applause. Thank you. Okay, if everyone could, before you leave, turn in that sticky note to Keith, because I want to get him in the notes. And the moment you've been waiting for, Sarah, okay, this is the lunchtime photo competition. All right, so let's look at the photos. We really should let you vote, but photo number 1 for your viewing enjoyment is.
Nice. Oh my gosh. Sounded like a beach course.
All right, well, back on the photo. So what does this illustrate about the best of Duvall? Small town. Okay, small town, happy ponies. I just have to say that
We still have horses that go down the street and move off.
nice.
So we still have one farm in town.
Yeah, for all.
Also, even different characters, like kid point, like rural characters, like you wouldn't necessarily find that in New York City, you know. So you guys have your-
Yeah.
Okay, all right, next one.
We talked about, we all could have like mounted police and that would be very interesting.
You may want to get it a bigger. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's the new 12-foot skeleton this year. This is the thing to have this year. Yes, yeah, it's the like big Halloween thing.
I know, like.
This is your boss.
This illustrates the best of Duvall. Oh,
Because.
she's asking.
Fun.
Yeah, okay, Duvall is fun. Good, and that was one of yours, the excellent. Okay, next one. I love the staging of them.
It's just a picture of us.
Yay. Nice.
Oh, I love that one. I know.
So this is representative of the history of Duvall. This is actually, that new sign is actually getting back to the roots of the Duvall Tavern. And it's a place where you go to be comfortable, be nourished, have beverages and meet with friends. And it's a really community oriented restaurant. All of our restaurants are, but we have to choose.
Excellent. And I settled this week.
It is, the original owner, I didn't realize this, Steve just told me, had an iguana, a pet iguana at the tavern, and it actually had a cage under the tavern.
And is that the actual
Might be,
The band or.
I'm not sure, but
Excellent.
yeah, so I mean, the Duvall Tavern has decades of history.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay, well done. Okay, and our last entry for the lunchtime competition.
We're in front of the Grange and it's a couple things. Number one, small businesses, how important those are to Duvall. And also the Grange, you know, just an older historic building and just the special flair that that brings to our community.
Nice, nice. Well done.
Okay,
Okay,
in the
and
sun, so.
what photo do you want on the webpage?
The distillery one, we didn't submit, we had.
I think we're gonna have that all, for you, so well done. What you may want to do is put the Halloween ones first. Okay,
Well, I named this picture Friends, because I
friends.
feel that's all of our friends. And,
Oh, nice.
anyway,
And you're all very photogenic as a council, so, and staff.
Lots of gathering.
This comes to the end of our retreat. How you feeling?
Good.
You did some good work. I'm actually impressed that you got through the agenda.
We're taking inside on the second day.
Yeah, now we're ready to go get out.
We're gonna let you go. So, thank you for engaging us. Keith and I are honored to have been, selected to work with you. We're incredibly impressed. I've long loved Duvall and you're downtown, so it's good to have another reason to go here. And I see a jacket calling my name across the street, so I may have to leave some money here in Duvall. Just, you know, I'll tell my husband it's my civic duty. Economic development, there we go. So thank you, thank you both for your service for the city as well as creating a strong city government here in the state of Washington, because great city government makes us all better as Washingtonians. So whether it's Duvall or Milton Keynes or Olympia or Seattle, we all need each other. So thank you for the work that you do. I'm going to give the last word to our mayor and turn it over to you. Thank you.
Well, where do I begin? First of all, I have to say that I think this is the favorite retreat that I've had with this group ever. I think that, you know, it was, our facilitators were absolutely fantastic for starters. So Mayor Pro Tem McHenry did a fantastic job selecting and organizing this there. And, you know, I think one of the things that today was really about the community and the city. And we've never had a retreat so focused on the community and the city and getting us all rowing in the same direction. And, you know, challenging conversations, but challenging conversations are what we need to have to be able to move forward with a lot of the big things we have coming in front of us. You know, I think part of the positivity is, you know, sometimes change is good, and we've had a lot of turnover in council. We've had some new staff come on board, and frankly, this is the most chill, relaxed group I've felt in my entire time on council, or in part of the city, which I think speaks volumes to the commitment of every single person in this room of making the city successful. And it just, I think it's extremely energizing. I don't know that you've seen me smile as much as I have this entire day, because it's been fun. It's been hard work, but it's been a lot of fun. And I think really sets a strong baseline for our future. And our, you know, I love getting to the point of mutual operating agreements and those types of things that will help propel us forward when things get challenging. And I really think set the baseline for better relationships among all of us. And so that makes me really excited. So thank you all for committing the time, and thank you all for being here today. I know it's hard to be here on a Saturday, especially me. I'm usually gone on the weekends, but this was a day that was well worth the time, in my opinion. And I appreciate everyone's sacrifice, especially with everything going on in all of your lives, to be here and be together as part of the team today.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, I hope you're getting on the tape. Your last meeting is Tuesday. And do we need a motion to close the meeting or?
No, why do you think you just adjourned? I don't know, I formally opened it at 2:52. Like, it's general to do it. Megan, Keith, thank you so much, and I hope to have you guys back again at some point. This is really fantastic. Thank you.